tell you what part of it was it or no?
No, they didn't identify it in this.
It was
this
the
one.
general strike, right? Yeah. Okay.
But
Nothing but love, get love. Nothing but love.
But I am done recording to Instagram, and those are really high quality pieces of content, and it's very informative to voters, and to citizens, and to politicians, etc.
Are you able to ever expect house kind of thing? Like so, like if you had enough rooms, you could kind of get a feel of what somebody or what the sentiment would be around a subject or something through AI or something. I don't know,
well,
crush it down that way or something. Have you ever done that before? No.
I have an AI wearable now called Loki, and it has something called story mode, and it creates a 10-second clip, and then it also has a recording feature. And then it auto creates a storyboard and a playlist and content and articles about your AI story. And it's called Loki. And I don't know who manufactures it.
Would that be from the room, like the audio, or is that just something a story that you're coming up with? Like I'm trying to figure out, like
it's a separate app.
Okay, but it's creating a storyboard, like around what is going on your YouTube channel, or no?
About what it's seeing. So it's like
comedic can be applied to a clubhouse room, like how that all the comedic characters would come out in a video if you want to take it there. You know what I mean? That'd be kind of interesting. Like you have Pepe doing his little show in a comedic kind of format in a video, and then Anne being the goofy blonde that she is, and then so on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you could actually like produce the Clubhouse show, but that's what Clubhouse is.
That'd be kind of cool. It'd be like what do you call it? The real life, or like the stupid shows that we have. They had totally just replicate a show around it, produce a show from a clubhouse room. That'd be pretty funny. Other than that, congratulations. You tired from streaming, which is not true probably.
No, I just restarted it. Speech. I was like, what's the point of even making a speech?
I gotta bring up Black Totem Pole. He got a little bit, disrespected. He got a little. Everybody got on him. I want him to get his thoughts out. How you doing, Black Totem Pole?
I didn't feel disrespected.
Okay, I just assumed that you thought this.
You guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
Guys, doing what you guys do. It's obvious that you want an echo chamber in here. I just pop in and pop out. I'm a part of the room, and it's on my timeline.
If China owns a...
No, we don't want an echo chamber. We need you. We're so happy to have you. Hi.
Thank you, Jessica. Welcome to
when we went and started comparing cities, you guys were talking all this stuff about black. Carolina, Charlotte's a better place to live. Median income's better, and it's safer, less drug use than Denver, head to head, and Charlotte's a black city.
Yes, there are some good cities, but when you come to like Philadelphia, Chicago, there's a lot of.
You can go Portland, Oregon, up against Baltimore, or you can go to the whole state of Oregon up against Maryland. Maryland is
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying Philadelphia, and then you got Chicago. Those cities were the inner I don't know what all you're
Yeah,
talking about, but
actually have a
they're not great cities.
Yeah.
And
Wait,
they
wait,
are
wait,
hard
wait,
to each
wait.
other.
Black Totem Pole. Black Totem Pole. Can I summarize kind of what I thought? Yeah, and like I don't think any of us disagree with that, right?
Well, when you look at a drug problem, drugs spur crime. They also spur death in the community, and they also poison the school areas with drugs. So it's whether you want to live in a safe place around and amongst Negroes, or you want to live in a shitty environment around Anglo-Saxons who use drugs. I mean, it's just a head or tails type thing.
I don't disagree with that. I don't think we just couldn't get there because it was a heated conversation from many angles. There was a lot of things going on in that room at that time. I don't think. Does anybody here disagree on that part? Cool. See, I think you're the only one right now that might. I don't know. Go ahead. So where are we going with that conversation? By the way, I want to circle back around on the real conversation. Yeah, but go ahead. Yeah, you're in the blender big time, buddy. Yeah.
I'm done. I wanted to say that I'm finished.
God, we did all that room yesterday. It was out of control, and that's all we had to clear up. That's insanity. But okay.
Well, I mean,
can you hear me yet or no?
Yeah, go ahead. And then I want to get back to what originally started.
Talking about black communities, but then you got Kensington and Allegheny in Philadelphia saying that that's a mix.
And you're always winning. Supposing you know you sit at home with your wife and you play cribbage. Lots of married couples try to forget holy deadlock by playing games. And if one partner, be it wife or husband, always wins at cribbage, the game ceases to be of interest. Because every good player likes a sprightly opponent who sometimes wins. Wins just a little bit less than me, mind you, but wins a great deal of the time. Yes, it's okay. Just a little bit. So, if you don't have the unknown space, death, dark, you needn't sit down and weep because somebody tells you you can't make white win all the time, forever and always, so that black doesn't exist. Because black by its very nature is darkness and it doesn't exist. You're trying to make it not exist. It's irrelevant. The very fact it doesn't exist is its power. Non-existence is the necessary condition for existence, just as like you have to have a front before you can have a back. Or a back before you can have a front. They come into being together, so do existence and non-existence. So what are you afraid of? You're trying to get rid of nothing, which is already gotten rid of. So we think. But surely this is...
This is disgusting.
Life, death, life, death, life, death. Or birth, death, birth, death, birth, death. Isn't there some way of it? Must we play this game? It's like the game of one-upmanship. You can't get up. You're always playing it. And if you say, I won't play it, means I've got a more interesting game than yours. Which is just the same game all over again.
Gooders!
Would there be a way somehow to transcend black and white? So we've got black and we got white. That makes it even. Isn't there something else? Couldn't there be a tertium quid? A new possibility? So we can have a 3 basis instead of a 2 basis? Somebody comes up and says, all right, you black and white, A and B, you constitute the 2 ends of the base of a triangle and the apex. I say that's odd. Because it's odd because the first 2 were even. I mean, when something happens, that's 1, and that's odd. See, it's odd that anything should have happened. Very odd, it's queer. Would it have been easier for there to be nothing? But then something happened, so then they said, that's odd. Then they recognized there was something and nothing, and then they said, all right, that's right, we're even. So this third fellow comes along and says, now, what about it? And they say, you're odd. Oh, wait a minute. You stand over against us. Well, that makes 2. We're even. You're odd. Right, so that makes 2 out of 3. 3 equals 2. Because we're together, we 2. We recognize that we're black and white. You can't have one without the other, so we're together. You say you want to be different, okay? You can't get out of it. Make 4. Same all over again. Make 5. It's the same all over again. This was how Leibniz reasoned. An arithmetic that could represent any number using merely 0 and 1. See? Damn it. Can't we get out of this? Hey, what would it be if you were allowed 5 minutes with God, and you're allowed to ask 1 question? What do you want to know? Because you know, you thought this over now. You know about the opposites, about the yang and the yin. And you know you can't ask God and say, hey, Big Daddy, will you give me a tip to the game? It won't work.
Hey, Big Daddy, will you
What
give
should
me
I
a tip
ask
to
God?
beat the game?
So you could think, yin along with it somewhere. I don't know what to ask. So you go in and say, God, beyond positive and negative, what is reality? God says, I challenge your question has no meaning. Oh dear, you thought, there it's gone. My 1 chance lost. You think? You get a friend of yours and say, hey, look, you go in. Tell me what he says. You ask him, what question should I ask you? He goes in and says, oh God, what question should I ask you? God says, so you do want a problem? Well, you've got one. You wanted a game in which white only wins. There's your problem. You made it up. You have to have that problem. Because otherwise, if you don't have a problem, you wouldn't know you were here. It's like, you can't be yourself without something you call other. How will you know you are you unless somebody else is somebody else altogether? In other words, the sensation that I hear, living, sensitive, alive, peeking out, beady-eyed out of my skin, it ties it with reference to something over there, which isn't me.
I'm so this.
Pretty scared of it.
What do you expect?
You can tell me.
If I can't you lead without having other? That's exoteric. Esoteric means I am the other. You other on me and self on yourself. I self on me and other on you.
It's not like Tokyo. It's not like New York.
You can't have one without the other.
Can I finish what I was saying? Y'all don't want to talk about how we're self-aggressive.
So in the same way, I say, well, this other I like to manage it. I like to control it.
I mean, there's no place in the world that's as progressive as you like it.
I didn't come off hot. Right, I'm not coming at you at all. Don't come at me. Oh, okay, I heard you. I'm coming at these men.
But,
you know how, I'm
Sometimes the politics that may warn you.
Respond.
Just politics. Economics. The worst politics is spiritual.
Look,
Like astrology.
ever since we've been into Iran,
Would you really?
this is. I'm so tired of this, and yet one must soldier. I will, understandingly pat them on the head and say, yes, I understand why you feel that way. But this boils down to something very simple. Muslims and Islam has been a pain in the ass since its inception on the entire world. And Andrew Jackson, one of the early presidents of our country, had to deal with the Islamic dumb fucks in his presidency when they were holding so many Europeans and Americans. They were even
have knowledge, then there must be the unknown. Just as if you want self, you must have other. So the future is always the unknown, the past is the known. And what we witness as our present is the the Russians might decide to release the A-bomb. Any minute, we'll have a heart attack, probably. You don't know what's happening. Relax. Watch this thing happen. It's incredible. Just watch it. You, it, the self-other, it's this vibration going on. You think also now, wait a minute, self and other, that means voluntary versus involuntary. What I do and what happens to me. Now, what do? Well, I walk, I think, I talk, I move my hands. I can be nice to you or nasty to you. I would regard both as my doing. But what about my, I would have said it happened to me. But Buddhists will say, your heart stopped, that was your karma. And karma means nothing else except doing. It's your doing that your heart stopped. That doesn't mean, don't take it literally in a superstitious way, that because you spat in someone's face in a past life, you're having heart failure as a punishment for it this time around. The universe is not geared to be a kind of judicial system. A lot of priests figure it that way in order to frighten people. But karma means simply, if you die in a plane crash or have a heart attack, it's your doing. But that simply means you've got to rethink what you mean by doing. Now, I've already proved to you that black is white. So now I go on to prove to you that what you do is what happens to you. And I forget all about it and it goes on. But it happens to me. That's why in yoga, which means yoga means union, joining, same as the Latin jungere. Why in yoga you breathe. Breathing is the main thing in yoga, because it's to teach you that there's no difference between what you do and what happens to you. You learn that through breathing. You can make the very best breath. See, we get into Christian terms here. The Holy Spirit, spirit means breath. Spiritus in Latin, pneuma in Greek, ruach in Hebrew. Breath. Now, there's ordinary breath. When you most people's normal breathing. Go on and on.
Hey, what's up, John?
That's why when monks chant, or devotees of any kind chant, they have the idea that I am a flute, and the breath, the prana, the spiritus of the divine flows through it. That's what chanting's all about. Make yourself a tube for the divine. Realize the unity.
Similar to
That's really what's meant by doing the will of God. Do the will. It's one reason why we get confused. You just decide. That means there's something else behind it. Well, you think that's terrible because if what I do happens to be that it isn't really doing at all, then I'm a fatalistic thinker. Yes, but I said on the other hand, what happens to you? You want to see me becoming that earthquake. And the thoughts in your head that you are cars and stuff. They can't do anything. So in the same way, this whole strange I'm an entertainer. That is to say, in the same sense that when you go to a concert and you listen to someone play Mozart, he has nothing to sell except the sound of the music. He doesn't want to convert you to anything. He doesn't want you to join an organization in favor of Mozart's music as opposed to, say, Beethoven's. And I approach you in the same spirit as a musician with his piano or a violinist with his violin. I just want you to enjoy a point of view which I enjoy. Let me give you, first of all, some simple historical information. About 500 AD. And about 1200 AD, it migrated to Japan, where it exists today. And it is it's a way of life that has had an immense influence on the arts and on the culture, the poetry, and architecture of the Far East. It has lately become of enormous interest to many people in other parts of the world. Now, normally when one talks about Buddhism, Zen is a form of Buddhism. It is supposed that you're talking about a religion. And people are apt to classify themselves as Buddhists, as they might say, I am a Catholic, or a Methodist, or a Baptist, or an Episcopalian, or a Jew. Is not a religion in that sense. If we want to find an equivalent to Buddhism in our society today in the West, probably the nearest thing to it is psychotherapy. When a person goes to a psychiatrist or a psychoanalyst to work out a serious personal problem, not because he's just nutty, I mean, not necessarily because he has hallucination or excessive singing in the ears with no clear physical origin, but when a person feels that his whole life is somehow disoriented and wrong, and he doesn't go to the preacher because the preacher only moralizes to him and says, my man, you should have more faith in God or something. So he goes instead to a doctor because in our day, a man with the tag of science on him has more prestige than a man who has the tag of religion. And so change your state of consciousness. That is to say, if your state of consciousness, your state of mind, is one of being day after day constantly depressed, the objective of going to a psychiatrist or a psychotherapist is to have your state of consciousness changed to one of happiness. Now, in a somewhat similar way, the objective of Buddhism in all its forms is to bring about a fundamental change in a human being's everyday state of consciousness. If I make it yet more specific, it's to bring about a change in your sense of personal identity, that is to say, in your sensation of who and what you are. Buddhism, which I suppose you know, is a method of changing consciousness, discovered or invented by a man called Gautama, who lived in India shortly after 600 BC, who was given the title Buddha because the word means the awakened one, the man who woke up. And therefore, that very title suggests that ordinary people are asleep. I remember a very wise man who used to give lectures like this. And when he came in, he used to be silent, and he'd look at the audience. And he'd gaze at everybody in the audience particularly for a long time, and everybody would begin feeling vaguely embarrassed. And when he had gazed at them for a long time, he'd say, "Wake up!" Lecture. Now, in what sense are we asleep? The Buddhist would say that almost all human beings have a phony sense of identity, a delusion, a hallucination as to who they are. I'm terribly interested in this problem of identity, and I try and find out what people mean when they say the word I. I think this is one of the most fascinating questions. Who do you think you are? Now, what seems to develop is this. Most people think that I is a center of sensitivity somewhere inside their skin. Some people feel that they exist in the solar plexus. Other people feel that they exist about here. But in American culture today, or in the Western culture in general, most people feel that they exist in here. And there is, as it were, a little man sitting inside the center of the skull. And he has a television screen in front of him, which gives him all messages from the eyeballs. He has earphones on, and that gives him all messages from the ears. And he has in front of him a control panel with various dials and buttons and things which enable him to influence the arms and legs and to get all sorts of information from the nerve ends. And that's you. So we say in popular speech, I have a body. Not, I am a body. It goes along with me, I'm in it. A child, for example, can ask mother, Mom, who would I have been if my father had been someone else? That seems a perfectly simple and logical question for a child to ask, because of the presumption that your parents gave you your body, and you were popped into it, maybe at the moment of conception or maybe at the moment of birth, from a repository of souls in heaven, and your parents simply provided the physical vehicle. So that age-long idea that is indigenous, especially to the Western world, is that I am something inside a body, and I am not quite sure whether I am or am not my body. Some doubt about it. I don't say I beat my heart. I don't say I shape my bones. I don't say I grow my hair. I feel that my heart beating, my hair growing, my bone shaping is something that happens to me. And I don't know how it's done. But other things I do. And next, I feel quite surely that everything outside my body is quite definitely not me. There are two kinds of things outside my body. Number one is other people. And they're the same sort of thing as I am. But also they are all little men locked up inside their skins. And they're intelligent, they have feelings and values, and are capable of that's non-human that we call nature. And that's stupid. It has no mind. It has emotions, maybe, in animals. But on the whole, it's a pretty grim business. Dog eat dog. And when it gets to the geological level, it's as dumb can be. It's a menace. And there's an awful lot of it. And that's what we live in the middle of. And the purpose of being human is, we feel, to subjugate nature, to make it obey our will. And we arrived here, we don't feel that we belong in this world. It's foreign to us. The words of the poet Houseman, I, a stranger and afraid, in a world I never made. And so all around us today, hills. And we're overlooking a lake. And on the other side of the lake, the whole hill has suddenly been interrupted with a ghastly gash, where they have made level lots for building tract homes of the kind you would build on a flat plain. This is called the conquest of nature. These houses will eventually fall down the hill because they are causing soil erosion and they're being maximally stupid. The proper way to build a house on a hillside is to do it in such a way as to effect the minimum interference with the nature of the hill. After all, the whole point of living in the hills is to live in the hills. There's no point in converting the hills into something flat and then going and living there. You can do that already on the ground. Now, this is one of the symptoms of our phony sense of identity, of our phony feeling that we are something lonely, locked up in a bag of skin, confronted with a world, an external, alien, foreign world that is not me. Now, according to certain of these great ancient philosophies like Buddhism, this sensation of being a separate, lonely individual is a hallucination. It's a hallucination brought about by various causes, the way we're brought up, being the chief of them, of course. I remember as a child, and you probably have very similar memories to mine, that all our parents were desperately interested in identifying us. Look up to, and you came home imitating the mannerisms of that other child. And your mother said to you, Johnny, that's not you, that's Peter. You felt a little bit ashamed because somehow you had let her down. She wanted you to be you, her child, and not Mrs. Jones's child, Peter. And so in many ways, we're all taught this. For example, the main thing that we're all taught in childhood is that you must do that which will only be appreciated if you do it voluntarily. Now, darling, a dutiful child must love its mother. But now I don't want you to do it because I say so, but because you really want to. Or you must be free. See, this comes into politics. Everybody must vote. You see, imagine, you're members of a democracy, and you must be members of a democracy. See, you're ordered to. Crazy. Also, thou shalt love the Lord thy God. Is that a commandment or a joke? You know, if you suggest that the Lord is joking, most people in our culture are offended because they have a very moronic conception of God as a person. And that you must be free. Furthermore, that you must survive, you must go on living. And that becomes a kind of compulsion. You get mixed up. It's very simple. Of course you get mixed up. If you think you must do something, which will only be the thing required of you if you do it freely. These are the sort of influences, then, that cause human beings all over the world to feel isolated, to feel that they are centers of awareness locked up in bags of skin. Now, this sensation of our identity can be shown and demonstrated to be false by some from a scientific point of view. All that means is that we're describing it carefully. We're going to describe very carefully what a human being is and what a human being does. All right. And we find that as we go on with that description, we can't describe the human being without describing the environment. We can't say what a human being is doing without also saying what the world around him is doing. Just imagine for a moment that you couldn't see anything up here except me. You couldn't see the curtains behind me. You couldn't see the stage. You couldn't see the microphone. You could you wouldn't see me at all because you wouldn't see my edges. And my edges are rather important for seeing me. My edges would be identical with the edge of your eyesight, with that vague oval curve, which is the field of vision. And what you would be looking at would be my necktie, my nose, my eyes, and so on, but you wouldn't see my edges. So you'd be confronted with a very strange monster, and you wouldn't know it was a human being. Because to see me, you need to see my background. And therein lies a clue of which we are mostly ignorant. In Buddhist theory, the cause of our phony sense of identity is called avidya, and that means a deluded sense of identity is the result of ignoring certain things. So when you look at me, and I manage by behaving up here in a kind of a more or less interesting way, I cause you to ignore my background because I concentrate attention on me. Just like a conjurer, a stage magician, in order to perform his tricks, misdirects your attention. He talks to you about something he's doing here, and he talks to you about his fingers and how empty they are, and he can pull something out of his pocket in plain sight and you don't notice it. And so a magic happens. That's ignorance. Selective attention, focusing your consciousness on one thing to the exclusion of many other things. So in this way, we concentrate on the things, the figures, and we ignore exists independently of the background. But actually, they go together. And they go together just as inseparably as backs go with fronts, as positives go with negatives, as ups go with downs, and as life goes with death. You can't separate it. So there's a sort of secret conspiracy between the figure and the background. They are really one, but they look different. They need each other, just as male needs female, and vice versa. But we are ordinarily completely unaware of this. So then, when the scientist starts paying attention inseparable from the behavior of its environment. So you see, if I'm to describe what I am doing, what am I doing? Am I just waving my legs back and forth? No, I'm walking. And in order to speak about walking, you have to speak about the space in which I am walking, about the floor, about the direction, left or right, in relation to what kind of room, what kind of stage, what kind of situation. Because obviously, if there isn't a ground underneath me, I can't very well walk. So the description of what I am doing involves the description of the world. And so the biologist comes having a field, which he now calls the organism-environment. And that field is what the individual actually is. This is very clearly recognized in all sorts of sciences. But the average individual, and indeed the average scientist, does not feel in a way that corresponds to his theory. He still feels as if he were a center of sensitivity locked up inside a bag of skin. The object of Buddhist discipline, methods of psychological training, is, as it were, to turn that feeling inside out, to bring about a state of affairs and you, as the whole cosmos expressing itself there and there and there and there and there and so on. That what, in other words, the reality of myself fundamentally is not something inside my skin, but everything, and I mean everything, outside my skin. But doing what is my skin and inside it. I mean, imagine that every one of us, look, in the same way that the sea, when the ocean has a wave on it, the wave is not separate from the ocean, is it? Every wave on the ocean is the whole ocean waving. The ocean waves and it says, yoo-hoo, I'm here, see? But I can wave all over the place. I can wave in many different ways. I can wave this way and wave that way. So the ocean of being out. You wouldn't forget who you were. You wouldn't forget your name and address, your telephone number, your social security number, and what sort of role you're supposed to occupy in society. But you would know that this particular role that you play, this particular personality that you are, is superficial, and the real you is all that there is. The object of Buddhist discipline or methods of psychological training is, as it were, to bring about a state of affairs in which the individual feels himself to be everything that there is, the whole cosmos, focused and inside out. You wouldn't forget who you were, you wouldn't forget your name and address, your telephone number, your social security number, and what sort of role you're supposed to occupy in society. But you would know that this particular role that you play, this particular personality that you are, is superficial, and the real you is all that there is. And that inversion, turning upside down of the sense of identity, of the state of consciousness the average person has, is the objective of Buddhistic disciplines. The method of teaching something in Buddhism is rather different from methods of teaching which we use in the Western world. In the Western world, in the Oriental world, they have an almost exactly opposite conception, and that is that a good teacher is a person who makes you find out something for yourself. In other words, learn to swim by throwing the baby into the water. There's a story used in Zen about how a burglar taught his child to burgle. He took him one night on a burgling expedition and locked him up in a chest in the house that he was burgling and left him. And the poor little boy was all alone, locked up in the chest, and he began to think, how on earth am I going to get out? So he suddenly called out, "Fire! Fire!" And everybody began running all over the place, and they heard this shriek coming in from inside the chest, and they unlocked it. And so the method of teaching used by these great Eastern teachers is to make fools persist in their folly, but very rigorously and very consistently and very hard. So then, if I may now, having given you the analogy, the image, let's go to the specific situation. Supposing you want to study Buddhism under a Zen master, what will happen to you? Well, first of all, let's ask the question, why would you want to do this anyway? I mean, I can make the situation fairly universal. It might not be a Zen master that you go to. It might be a Methodist minister. It might be a Catholic priest. It might be a psychoanalyst. But what's the matter with you? Why do you go? And surely the reason that we all would be seekers is that we feel and read mystery stories.
The administrations that preceded it are acting wholly outside of the Constitution. The real question is, what are you going to do about it? You know, what is your responsibility in the face of a government that acts outside of the Constitution? You certainly don't have any remedy through the Congress. The Congress has already been completely humiliated. They've surrendered.
They've been compromised.
It's irrelevant whether or not they have been compromised. The fact of the matter is that they have a constitutional duty under Article 1 that they're not doing that.
That's
that
right.
They are watching the executive completely violate his constitutionally limited
I agree.
authority, and they're not doing anything about it. So
I agree.
you have to admit the Constitution is a dead letter. And then if it is
I don't know about
a dead
that.
letter, what are your duties and responsibilities as a citizen who believes that
As the indigenous Black Negro, what we want to do is pop some popcorn
Wait, you
and
indigenous?
watch you Anglo-Saxons.
Totem Pole, you indigenous?
Indigenous. I am indigenous. And so what we want to do is we want to pop popcorn, pour a little butter on it, and we want to sit back, get a Pepsi Cola, or maybe even
Well,
a Heineken.
Totem Pole, let me respond to John the Baptist real quick.
Anglo-Saxons, do what you're supposed to do.
Totem Pole,
Laws in
Mr.
your government.
Kitover, I'd like to lend him
let
some
me
of my time.
respond real quick to a solution which is improbable and but pragmatic. Is really, you know, I bought this AI wearable device, and so technically, if everybody had to wear a police body cams, it's the politicians. So all I'm trying to say is the non-lethal way is really through organization and social media, because if you don't have freedom of speech to provide a contrarian view to a Democrat politician, that's a problem. The second biggest problem is obviously the legal industrial complex, which John the Baptist here is proclaiming. And so we need an army of conservative Republican lawyers to destroy the army of the liberal intellectual Democrat lawyers. But that's not going to happen because there's just too many of them. So, Rabbono Shalom, I give you back the mic to John the Baptist.
Like I was saying, we've got to pop some popcorn and watch you Anglo-Saxons handle your in check. As far as the indigenous Negro, well, I don't see that we have much to worry about, because the reality of it is it's our land. It's our land to begin with. We were here before any Anglos was here. We were here to begin with.
I feel like I'm living in the Twilight Zone.
You are, Ben.
Huh?
Who started the Capitol?
Who's Star? Oh, I thought it was.
It is the Twilight Zone.
Some of the Anglos, Saxons were angry, and they stormed the Capitol last time they got upset. So what the Negroes are doing, we're just sitting back and we want to watch the Anglo.
Jamal.
And see what
We're
you guys
different
do.
than you guys. You guys chimp out on the street and kill each other and loot. We go and have ourselves a
After Pee-Pee comes up. He's too risky.
With something greater than ourselves. We want to get away from this ridiculous thing locked up in a bag of skin. So I have a problem. I hurt. I suffer. I'm neurotic, or whatever it is. And one goes to the teacher and say, my problem's me. Change me. Now, if you go to a Zen teacher, he'll say, well, I have nothing to teach. There is no problem. Everything's perfectly clear. You think that one over. And you say, he's probably being cagey. He's testing me out to see if I really want to be his student. Do you know our saying, anybody who goes to a psychiatrist ought to have his head examined? There's a double take in that saying, you see. So in the same way, anybody who goes with a spiritual problem to a Zen master defines himself as a nut. And the teacher does everything possible to make him as nutty as possible. But the teacher says, quite honestly, I haven't anything to tell you. I don't teach anything. I have no doctrine. As I said to you at the beginning of this talk, I have nothing whatsoever to sell you. So the student thinks, this is very deep, because Buddhism, shunyata. Shunyata is the Sanskrit for nothingness. And it's supposed to be the ultimate reality. But as you know, if you know anything about these doctrines, this doesn't mean real nothingness. Not kind of just nothing there at all, not just blank, but it means no thingness. It's the transcendental reality behind all separate and individual things, and that's something very deep and profound. So he knows that when the teacher said, I have nothing to teach, he meant this very esoteric no thing. Well, he might also say then, if you have nothing to teach, what are all these students doing around here? And the teacher says, they are not doing anything. They're just a lot of stupid people who live here. And he knows, again, you see, the stupid doesn't mean just straight stupid, but the higher stupidity of being people who are humble and don't have finally, the student, having gone out of his way to define himself as a damn fool in need of help, he's absolutely worked himself into this situation. He's defined himself as a nut. And then the teacher accepts him. And the teacher says, now, I'm going to ask you a question. I want to know who you are before your father and mother conceived you. That is to say, you've come to me with a problem, and you've said, I have a problem. I want to get one up on this universe. Now, who is it that wants to get one up? I mean, who are you? Who is this thing called your ego, your soul, your I, your identity, for whom your parents provided a body? Show me that. And he says further, I'm from Missouri, and I don't want any words. I want to be... But the teacher says, not yet. discipline is meditation.
Is anti-life.
And we all sit
So we have
cross-legged
concluded
in
that
a row,
Clubhouse is anti-life.
and
What do you think?
we do that.
We lost one of our.
And you sit cross-legged and you learn how to breathe and be still. In other words, to do nothing. No, but you mustn't go to sleep. And you mustn't get into a trance. You have to stay wide awake, not thinking anything, but perfectly doing nothing. And there's a monk walking down all the time with a flat stick, rather long, about so long. And if you go to sleep, or if you get into a trance, or if you get dreamy, he hits you on the back, so that you'll stay quite clear and wide awake, but still doing nothing. And the idea is that out of this state of profoundly doing nothing, you will be able to tell the teacher who you really are. In other words, the question, who are you before your father and mother conceived you, is a request for an act of perfect sincerity and spontaneity. As if I were to say to you, look, will you be absolutely genuine with me? No deception, please. I want you to do something that expresses you without the slightest deception. No more role acting, no more playing games with me. I want to see you. Now imagine. He sees all your secret thoughts. And he knows the very second when you've been a little bit phony. And that bugs you. Just like a psychiatrist. You're sitting in there discussing your problems with him and you start picking your nose. And the psychiatrist suddenly says to you, is your finger comfortable there? You like that? And you know your Freudian slip is showing. What do fingers symbolize? What do nostrils symbolize? Uh-oh. And then you quickly put your hand down and sort of... And you say, oh no, it's nothing. It's nothing. I was just picking my nose. And genuine. It's like saying to a child, now darling, come out here and play, and don't be self-conscious. Or it's like I would say to you, now look, if you come here tonight at exactly midnight and put your hands on this stage, you can wish and have granted any wish you want, provided you don't think of a green elephant. So everybody will come, they'll put their hands here, and they will be very careful not to think about a green elephant. Well, now do you see the point? That everybody, if we transfer this to the dimension of spirituality, where the highest ideal is to be unselfish, to let go of oneself, when you are trying to be unselfish, you're doing it for a selfish reason. You can't be unselfish anymore than you can decide not to think of a green elephant. There is a story about Confucius, who one day met Lao Tzu, who was a great Chinese philosopher. And Lao Tzu said, "Sir, what is your system?" And Confucius said, it is charity and love of one's neighbor and elimination of self-interest. Lao Tzu said, stuff and nonsense. Your elimination of self is a positive manifestation of self. Look at the universe. The stars keep their order. The trees and plants plants grow upwards without exception. The waters flow. Be like this. All your nonsense about elimination of self is like beating a drum in search of a fugitive. So in this way, these are all examples of the thing isolated individual. And what he is simply saying to you is, show me this individual. I had a friend who was studying Zen in Japan, and he got pretty desperate to produce the answer of who he really is. And on his way to an interview with the master to give an answer to the problem, he noticed a very common sight in Japan, a bullfrog sitting around in the garden. And he swooped this bullfrog up in his hand and dropped it in the sleeve of his kimono. And then he went into the master, and to give the answer of who he was, he suddenly produced the bullfrog. And the master said, too intellectual. In other words, this answer is too contrived. It's too much like Zen. You've been reading too many books. To make this clearer, put it into Christian terms. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God. Now, what are you going to do about that? If you try very hard to love God and you ask yourself, why am I doing this? You find out you're doing it because you want to be on the side of the big battalions. You want to be right. After all, the Lord is the master of the universe, isn't he? And if you don't love him, you're going to be in a pretty sad state. So you realize I'm loving him just because I'm afraid of what will happen to me if I don't. And you think that's pretty lousy love, isn't it? And you think, that's a bad motivation. I wish I could change that. I wish I could love the Lord out of a genuine heart. But why do you want to change? See, I realize so I say, oh, heaven's sakes, God, I'm a mess. And will you help me out? And then he reminds you, why are you doing that? Now you're just giving up, aren't you? You're asking someone else to take over your problem. So you suddenly find, you see, you're stuck. So in this way, what is called the Zen problem, or koan, is likened to a person who swallowed a bowl of red-hot iron. He can't gulp it down and he can't spit it out. Or it's like a mosquito biting an iron bull. It's the nature of a mosquito to bite, and it's the nature of an iron bull to be unbiteable. And both go on doing their thing that is their nature. And so nothing can happen. Absolutely, you're up against it. What does that mean? If I can't do the right thing by doing, and if I can't do the right thing by not doing, what does it mean? It means, of course, that I, who essayed to do all this, am a hallucination. There is no independent self to be produced. There is no way at all of showing it, because it isn't there. So you recover from the illusion, and you suddenly wake up and think, oh, What a relief. And they call that Satori. That's awakening, the first step in awakening. Let me try and translate this. When this kind of no longer this sort of isolated center of action and experience locked up in your skin. The teacher has asked you to produce that thing, to show it to him genuine and naked, and you couldn't find it. So it isn't there. And when you see clearly that it isn't there, you have a new sense of identity. And you realize that what you are is, as I said, the whole world of nature doing this. Now that's a difficult thing for many Western people, because it suggests to them a kind of fatalism. It suggests that the individual is nothing more than the puppet of cosmic force. So in the same way, when your own inner sense of identity changes from being the separate individual to being what the entire cosmos is doing at this place, you become not a puppet, but more truly and more expressively an individual than ever. This is the same paradox which the Christian knows in the form, whosoever will save his soul shall lose it. Now, I think that this is something of very great importance to the Western world today, because we have developed an immensely powerful technology. We have how are we going to use it? There is a Chinese proverb that if the wrong man uses the right means work in the wrong way. Let us assume that our technological knowledge is the right means. What kind of people are going to use this knowledge? Are they going to be people who hate nature and feel alienated from it? Or people who love the physical world and feel that the physical world is their own personal body? An extension, the whole physical universe, right out to the galaxies, is simply one's extended body. Now, at the moment, the general attitude of our technologists who are exploring space is represented in the term the conquest of space. And they are building enormous, shell-like, phallic objects to go into the sky. And this is downright ridiculous, because who is going to get anywhere in a rocket? You know, it takes a terrible long time even to get to the moon. And it's going to take longer than anybody can live to get outside the solar system, just to begin with. The proper way to study space is not with rockets, but with radio astronomy. Instead of going bang, with a tough fist at the sky, become more sensitive. Develop subtler senses, that's radio astronomy, and everything will come to you. Be more open, be more receptive, and eventually you will develop an instrument that will examine a piece of rock on Mars with greater care than you could. With absurd and uninformed and short-sighted methods of getting rid of insect pests, of forcing our fruit of tomatoes to grow, of stripping our hills of trees, and so on and so on, thinking that all this is some kind of progress when actually it is turning everything into a junk heap. It is said, you know, that Americans who are in the forefront of technological progress are materialists. Nothing is further from the truth. American culture is dedicated to the hatred of material and to its transformation into junk. Look at Los Angeles. Does it look as if it was made by people who loved material? It's all made out of ticky-tacky, which is a combination plaster of Paris, paper mache. The important lesson, in other words, is technology and its powers must be handled by true materialists. And true materialists are people who love material, who cherish wood and stone and wheat and eggs and animals, and above all, the earth. And treat it with the reverence that is due to one's own body.
Your It continues with Session 5. The Art of Controlled Accident, Part 1.
Yesterday I was giving you the general outline of the foundations of the Zen feeling for naturalness in art and life by describing the fundamental principles of the Taoist philosophy and then of the Zen discipline itself. And we saw that the roots of the idea of spontaneous living make this conception, or rather it isn't so much a conception as a doing, something much more subtle than might ordinarily be imagined. A lot of people think that the spontaneous or completely natural life as it's understood by these Far Eastern philosophers is to act according to whim. There was, for example, a great Zen monk lived shortly after 1000 AD, who had a very peculiar way of painting. Then he would do a Rorschach test on it and decide what kind of a landscape it actually was, and then put in the finishing touches. And suddenly, out of this apparent mess, a great landscape would be evoked. But the whole art of the thing lay in putting in the finishing touches. And also, there's a very curious thing. If a person who is untrained in painting makes a mess with a brush, it's liable to be just a mess. Whereas if a person who has the feeling of painting in them for a long time, and they make a mess with a brush or just do anything, it looks interesting. And that's why if you try to copy the best people in modern, abstract, non-objective, because there is more to spontaneity than caprice and disorder. And I want to try and explain what that is. I mean, wouldn't it be great if we could live absolutely on the spur of the moment? Not make any particular plans, not feel that, well, you might make plans because you could make plans spontaneously, but not to worry about whether you had made the right decision, whether you're being good or bad, selfish or unselfish, and not to hesitate in anything, you see. In one of the great applications of Zen was to the art of fencing. be spontaneous, because here of all places it is true that he who hesitates is lost. If you're engaged in combat, you see, and you stop to think what sort of a defense or attack you ought to make, the enemy's got you. So the way they teach people spontaneity in fencing is very interesting. When you start into fencing school, you of course live with the teacher. He has a kind of ashram. But you're given a janitorial job. You clean up, you wash dishes, you put bedding away and things like that. But while you're going about your daily business, the master surprises you with a practice sword, which is made of 4 strips of bamboo, rather loosely tied together. And he hits you with this, surprisingly and suddenly, from nowhere. And you are expected to defend yourself with anything available. With the bedding, with the broom, with the pots and pans, just anything. Defend. But the poor student begins to go around everywhere on the sort of alert, you see, watching which direction it's coming from. And as he goes down a certain passage, feeling that the master is probably lurking around that corner, and he's all set to go for him when he gets that practice sword, he suddenly gets hit from behind. So eventually, he gives up. There's absolutely no way of preparing for the attack. And so he just wanders around feeling, well, if it gets, it's going to hit. So and then he's ready to begin fencing. Because if you prepare for an attack from a specific direction and it comes from some other direction, you have to withdraw from the direction in which you had expected it and send your energy in another direction, and that takes time. So what you do is you go around with a mind of no expectation. That is called mushin or monen. This is a very word, no heart, because the character shin means both heart and mind, but it isn't quite the same as our word heartless as we use it, and it isn't the same as the word mindless as we use it, meaning stupid. To be in the state of mushin is to have a mind like a mirror. And of this, the Taoist sage Zhuangzi said, the perfect man employs his mind as a mirror. It grasps nothing, it refuses nothing, it receives but does not keep. And when anything comes in front of a mirror, it reflects it instantly. The mirror doesn't wait to reflect it. They also say, when the moon rises, all bodies of water instantly reflect the moon. I mean, they don't bother with physics about the speed of light or anything like that. It's irrelevant. Or they say when you clap your hands, the sound issues immediately. It doesn't stop to consider whether it will issue. See, if a Zen master corners you with a funny situation, and he puts you in a quandary, expecting spontaneous action from you, don't try to hurry. I watched Suzuki wait a whole minute before answering, but he doesn't hesitate. He's not at all embarrassed by this wait, and he answers with silence just as well as with a formal response. The point is, do something. When two young Americans wanted to study Zen, they were taken by a Japanese monk to interview the master and act as interpreter. And one of them had had some practice, he knew a bit about it. And so after they'd had tea together and just discussed formalities, the master said in a very easy way, well, what do you gentlemen know about Zen? And one of these the master slightly moved to one side, and the fan went right through the paper wall. And the master laughed like a child. That's the sort of game they get in. Once the master was going around through the forest with a group of students, and he picked up a tree branch. I noticed that one might pick up a tree branch, and suddenly he turned to one of his students and said, "What is it?" And he hesitated, so he hit him with the branch. And so another student was there, and he turned to him quickly. He said, "What is it?" He said, "Give it to me, I want to see it. I'll tell you." So the master tossed the branch to him, and he took it and hit the master. Now, you may think, oh, this is kind of rough stuff. But let me give you another story, which is on a rather different level. A certain Zen priest was having, and the party was being served by a geisha girl who was so elegant and so skillful in serving that he suspected she might have had some Zen training. And so he decided to try her out. And he nodded to her, and she immediately came to his place and sat down in front of his little low table. See, everybody would be seated, probably, in front of low tables all around the room, and the geisha servants, people move up and down in the middle. And so she came down and sat down in front of him and bowed. And he said, "I would like to give you a present." She said, "I would be most honored." Now, on the table, there are hibachi, which are little braziers with hot charcoal in. And you move the charcoal around with iron chopsticks. He took a piece of charcoal out in iron chopsticks and offered it to her. She had long, long sleeves on her kimono, and what she did was this. She changed her robe, which had holes turned almost all the way through the sleeves, and came back. And she sat down in front of the master and bowed. And she said to him, "I would like to give you a present." He said, "I would be most honored." And so she picked up the iron chopsticks and handed him the charcoal. And he pulled out a cigarette and said, "That's just what I wanted," and lit the cigarette. The kind of quick thinking that a good comedian has, who, in a completely unprepared way, can make all sorts of jokes and turn any situation into a jest of some kind. There are all sorts of people who do that. People who are experts in kind of like Dorothy Parker in now, the way in which it's developed, you see, requires a protected situation. Because if we all started to act on the spur of the moment, without the slightest consideration or deliberation, if we all started to act on pure whim, everybody would think we were crazy. And people would avoid us and call the police and things like that. But what they do is this. They start you doing this in the context of a disciplined situation where there are very rigid rules for most of the time. And there are certain instances in which all those rules go hang. And you're in a community which understands the game. Because the point is this, when you start acting spontaneously, you're not used to doing it. And therefore your responses are unintelligent and inappropriate. But when you become used to doing this, and when it becomes second nature to you to act in the state of motion, with no mind or no deliberation, then your behavior has matured, and you find that you're accustomed to respond quite appropriately, as the Zen master did in lighting his cigarette from the charcoal. So also in learning the art of swordsmanship, when he has given up defending himself, preparing his mind for attack, then he's got a mirror mind. This is also likened to a vessel of water, like a wooden barrel. When you make a hole in the barrel, the water instantly flows out of the hole, because the water is always available to come out. It doesn't have to choose. And so you could also say that Mushin is what Krishnamurti calls choicelessness. And because you see, choice in this sense is not quite the same thing as decision. Choice means dithering. You know, there are some people who, before they start to write something down, they wiggle their pens a little. The pen dithers over the paper, and then they start to write. And so in the same way, a lot of people constantly in the life situation, they dither, because that dithering is anxiety. To be or not to be, that is the question. Well, there is no question about to be or not to be. See, because to be and not to be go together, as we saw, they arise mutually. So then, in the situation of the Zen community, you can learn how to act without deliberation, which is, you see, in a sense, going back to the state of innocence. Now, it doesn't mean that you give up thinking. It doesn't mean that you become an anti-intellectual. You can also learn, and this is part of the later phases of Zen training, how to think spontaneously, how to deliberate spontaneously. The saying is, you see, stand or walk as you will, but whatever you do, don't wobble. So this is our difficulty, because the human mind is a feedback system. Feedback has a peculiar susceptibility to listeners. There was a young man who said, though, it seems that I know. See? Now, in this way, we think about thinking. We worry about worrying. And then when that really gets bad, you worry because you worry about worrying. Now, that is analogous exactly to the kinds of vibration that are set up in certain mechanical systems. For example, if you, I did this trick on television once. I had the cameraman turn the camera on the monitor. The monitor is the television set in the studio where you see what you are doing. And so on this show I said, now I'm going to show you a picture of anxiety. Don't worry about your sets. There's not going to be anything wrong with your sets, so don't turn it off. Now I said, Mr. Cameraman, will you please turn the camera on the monitor? He does that. Now what does he do? He's taking a picture of taking a picture, all in the same system. And as you do that, the system starts going like that. You see, it makes it sets up a kind of oscillation. And you see on the screen all these jagged lines dancing across. Now that's what's meant, you see, by hesitation, attachment, blocking, all that kind of thing which the Zen discipline is designed to overcome. And because the human being is such a peculiarly beautifully organized nervous system and has this tremendously subtle cortex, which is capable of all kinds of thinking about thinking, you can turn yourself on in the most extraordinary ways by, for example, getting earphones which repeat what you say just a fraction of a second after you say it. Back to you, they delay it. You can get an oscilloscope tied up with your own heartbeats and get feedback through in this way so that you suddenly begin to see yourself behaving. And it completely balls you up because you wait for yourself to go on. But then you realize it's you doing it. But you can't wait on your heartbeat. You can't wait on what you say. And you get this sensation of going faster and faster and faster and faster until you just have to close the whole thing off. You go crazy. So that's what we're doing. And our civilization and our social institutions reflect this in hundreds of ways. And this would be true of any civilization, because all civilizations civilization is based on the development of consciousness. And feedback, that is to say, the property of self-control, of being self-conscious, looking at what you've done. But who criticizes? Is the critic reliable? When you criticize yourself, who will criticize the critic? You see? Or to put it in the other way, quis custodiet ipsos custodies. Who will guard the guards themselves? Who will take care of the policeman? Who will govern the president? And that is the big problem. And when we get tied up in that problem, the Chinese got tied up in it because they were simply a very high order of civilization. So did the Japanese. There has to be a break. Somebody has to start throwing things. Otherwise, everybody will go insane. So, Zen functions in that culture as a way of liberation from the tangle of people. People are tremendously concerned with propriety, with good manners, and with keeping up with the Joneses. One of the funniest things in the world is to watch Japanese people having a bowing contest. It's a very frequent thing when friends meet or take leave. They go, and they bow and they bow and they respond. It goes back and forth and see who gets the last one in because I'm more polite than you. And the worries about when somebody comes, you visit a family, you always bring a gift. And they start worrying, is this gift suitable? Is it anything as good as the gift they last gave us? And is it right for the occasion? Have we thought about it enough? Is there some symbolism in this gift that connects with this person's name or their birthday or something like that? We think about these things interminably. Nervousness in it. People giggle. You often see girls who giggle and cover their mouths to say, I'm not really giggling. All sorts of funny things happen because of this immense social awareness and nervousness. Now, Zen breaks that up. Only it does it in a way that has high artistry to it. So you see, let's just take the aesthetic domain for the moment. In the whole history of ceramics, the Chinese developed some of the most elegant work imaginable. You are probably aware, I don't see a specimen, of the great work of the Sung and Korean potters. It was carved out of jade. Well, that led on, you see, to the high techniques of the Ming Dynasty with translucent porcelain, white clay, the most subtle designs of all. And that style went also to Japan. And the very, very rich people you read about in, say, books like The Tale of Genji, and you see a film, and you must see it, Chushingura, the story of the 47 Ronin. The lovely things they had around their houses were unbelievable. The lacquer, the boxes in pure gold, and it was delicious stuff. But then, it was just like having too much eclairs and ice. And now what happened? The people who practiced Zen suddenly got an eye for the beauty of the ordinary. lines were shown. They also, because they practice zazen, which is sitting quietly, not thinking of anything special, but having a completely open mind, that puts you into a state where you get much better eyes and ears than you ordinarily have. You start really seeing things. So you know that famous haiku poem, The Old Pond, a frog jumps in, plop. In Japanese, that plop is mizo no to, sound of the water. And there's another poem, just like it, in the dark forest, a berry drops, the sound of the water. Somebody suddenly realized, you see, just the sound of the water is marvelous. That's all. They found that they kept getting in very, very cheap Korean rice bowls. The poorest, cheapest kind for peasants to eat out of. And suddenly it struck one of these Zen masters that was an incomparably beautiful object. Nobody had seen this. And so a very small few guests in shacks, little huts in the garden made of very primitive materials such as mud walls, and where they would go and sit, and out of the simplest utensils, carefully chosen by a superb artist, they would simply sit and enjoy the uncomplicated life. And so was born the tea ceremony. Because the people who selected all those things, they knew the whole tradition of their civilization, their culture. They weren't barbarians. And this became the rage. Rikyu became attached to the court. The shogun had tea with Rikyu. Everybody started digging tea ceremony. And in due course, the whole thing became awful. Because what's happened today is this. Tea ceremony is essentially something to enjoy. And there are a few men left who know how to serve tea ceremony. And it's an extremely congenial, quiet get-together of easy conversation, simple and unostentatious manners, and really lovely things. At a tea ceremony celebrated by a Zen monk who happens to be an American. And he is a man who has done a lot of mountaineering. And he has, therefore, with him at all times, the sort of equipment that you take on camping in the mountains, because he does a lot of climbing in Japan. And I said to him, won't you, this afternoon would be very nice to have the tea ceremony, and you did it once before here, and it was so pleasant. Would you serve it again? He said, yes, by all means. Before, he had served tea ceremony in the style that Zen monks do it, which is rather simple and direct and much more comfortable than all these well-educated ladies who are tittering about it and are on tiptoe and nervous and hoping they won't make a mistake and all that kind of thing. It's just dreadful. So he suddenly came in with a small primus stove. proceeded to take the aluminum mug out, pour water into the paint pot, and set that on the primer stove, but he ritually pumped up the primer stove. He did everything in the style of tea ceremony, but this was a dirty old primer stove. And suddenly the thing began to flame like the god Fudo, and he mixed the tea in the traditional way with the whisk, had all the perfect, lovely manners, handing us the aluminum cup. And we got into a long, it's the custom after the tea ceremony, after you've drunk, to pass all the utensils round for inspection. This is exactly what happened. And we found that the aluminum cup had the year 1945 stamped on it for some reason. We got into a discussion about styles of aluminum cups made in 1945. And it was the funniest thing, but it was a complete makeover of the tea ceremony into amount of hot water into a froth. And it's called liquid jade. And it's a bit of an acquired taste for most Westerners. It tastes a little bit like a mixture of mate tea and Guinness. But when you get to know it, it's very invigorating and very awakening. And if you make up a strong mixture of it, it's a good thing to use if you want to stay awake all night and do work. So you see, the legend was that Zen monks started this interest in tea because they needed it to stay awake during their practice of meditation. And it said that Bodhidharma is always drawn with eyes that are wide open. Why? Because he hasn't got the eyelids. Once when he was meditating, he fell asleep. And he was furious and cut his eyelids off. And as they dropped on the ground, up came the first tea plants. That's why they have leaves. Are the controlled accident. Now you see, this is a water jar. They like to leave the bottom unglazed. You can really see that it's clay that way. But look, you see how the glaze is allowed to run. It's that we would call not neat at all. And you watch somebody make one of these, and I've watched a man just pick up the plate, and as he applies the design of the glaze, he just goes whoosh with a brush and lets it drop on, and it's done. There's another man who glazes by wood smoke, and in his kiln he may put about 1,100 pieces, and he wraps them in straw, and wherever the straw touches, it leaves a splash. Now, you see, the straw arranges itself according to the nature of straw. It doesn't follow strict human direction. And the fascination is when they open up that kiln and bring the things out, they look eagerly to see what has the straw done. So, this principle of letting glaze run to see what will happen is wu wei. This is non-interference. This because here an additional principle of control enters. See, say in the practice of calligraphy, a man may sit down with a huge pile of paper in front of him and do piece after piece after piece, and if it isn't just right, he throws it away. So he eventually makes a selection that comes out. There's a famous story of a Zen master who was doing calligraphy, and he had a very smart monk standing beside him who was his assistant. And the monk said, to each one as he did it, you can do better than that. Oh, no, come now. You know much better than that. This master got more and more furious, but the monk had to go out to the benjo, to the toilet for a moment. And he thought, wait, what is the way? He did it. And the monk came back and looked at me and he said, a masterpiece. Or another example of this, there was a tea caddy, porcelain tea caddy, not porcelain but clay. And when Semna Rikyu was having tea ceremony, he saw this tea caddy and made no comment on it. And the owner was so disappointed that he smashed it. But one of his friends picked the broken pieces out of the trash can and took them to a mender. He said, mend this with gold. And he put therefore gold cement and put this caddy back together, and so it had all over its surface spidery lines of gold. And when Rikyu saw that, he was just enchanted, and it became one of the most valuable tea caddies in Japanese collections. Spidery. And they said, now do something with it. Well, the prize was won by a woman who looked at this cube and said, it has no character. It doesn't want to be anything. So she flung it on the floor and smashed it all up. I mean, she made dents in it and banged off the corners and put cracks in it and things. Then she looked at it again. She said, now I know what it wants to be. And so she followed the grain in it, as it were, made by all these cracks, and produced this marvelous piece of sculpture. You have in this area a very ingenious sculptor by the name of Donald Hord, who is a master at following the grain in wood and actually making the grain. The grain seems to suggest to him the muscles and the flow of the kind of body that he's making. Well, that's the thing. So, when a master decides whether the accident came off to be the perfect harmony of man and nature, of order and randomness. Now, this is a curious thing in the human mind. When we play games, we get most fascination out of those games which satisfactorily combine skill and chance. Games like bridge, poker, have a sort of admirable combination of these two elements. And we can go on playing those games again and again and again, because you don't feel completely at the mercy of chance, as you do with dice, unless you cheat. And you don't feel completely at the mercy of skill as you do with chess, or especially with a game like three-dimensional chess. So there's a sort of he's looking for the optimal combination. You see, things that are artwork like Persian miniatures or the jewelry of Cellini and Chinese porcelain is too much skill too much order. It's like those houses you go into where you daren't put an ash in the tray because everything is so clean and everything is so tidy, you daren't touch it. One prefers a house, you see, that looks a little lived in. It is more genial, more comfortable, somehow invites you to sit down and even put your feet on the table. Whereas on the other extreme, some kind of pad where everything is covered in dirt and filthy clothes are thrown in the corner and people are all paint all over them and so on. That's the other extreme. We don't want that. But that's a curious thing in the middle. Now, that's why the path of Buddhism is called the razor's edge. Because you see what happened when all this kind of work in the course of history became fashionable. People began to affect these styles. For example, when Seshu, the great master painter, worked, he would sometimes take a handful of straw and paint with that instead of a brush in order to get the sort of rough effect that he wanted. But later on there came people who could take an ordinary paintbrush and so exactly ink that brush that it would give precisely the messy effect that they had in mind. They would also be able to ink a brush in such a way, and this is terribly decadent, they could dab grapes on a vine and have dark ink where the That's when they started getting mixed up with Western ideas about shadows and perspective. They didn't have that earlier. But they were so skilled in the handling of ink that they would do this sort of thing, and they would imitate, you see, all the so-called rough natural effects of the great Zen artists. And so today in Japan, a younger generation of artists has decided it's time to break all that up. If you imagine, for example, haiku parties, the writing of haiku poetry. Basho, who was the great 17th century master of haiku, said, get a 3-foot child to write haiku. Because they're the sort of direct, guileless things that children would say. But now there are magazines devoted to haiku poetry, where in every issue there will be 10,000 haikus, written by people all over. Other people sponsor. But it all after a while becomes dated, stilted. And so somewhere again, a new thing has to break out, which is always coming up, but there's no formula, you see, for fixing it so that you can do it again and again and again, because the moment you start doing it again and again and again, it isn't it anymore. The real thing has escaped. Do you remember? Some time ago, there was a fashion for having wrought iron fish, just the outline of a fish. Some artists originally, put this fish together and it looked great. But then you suddenly found them in every gift shop and dime store, and they looked perfectly terrible. So this is the mysterious thing. Well, not only in the arts, but in lifestyles, in everything. When you start saying, what is the technique for getting this thing? And people say, well, produce from the music department, every graduation ceremony, 3 musicians of the stature of Bach or Mozart. Now, if we knew how to do that, that knowledge would prevent us from being surprised by the work of these people. Because we would know how it's done. And when you know how how something is done, it doesn't surprise you. That's why there's a Zen poem which says, if you ask where the flowers come from, even the god of spring doesn't know. Certainly the god of spring would be supposed to know where the flowers come from. And the truth of the matter is he doesn't. And so in the same way, if you ask the Lord God, how do you create the universe? And this is known in Zen. It's very difficult. This is the most difficult virtue to attain. So many of these things begin with mu. Buji. Buji. It means nothing special. It means no business. No artificiality. In American current, real cool. So, Buji is where something doesn't stand out like a sore thumb. But it is absolutely different from being modest. A Buji person may be immodest in the violent techniques. Buji, you see, is this mysterious quality of nothing special, no special method. Because if there is, let me repeat, if we do know the method and we know it infallibly, it ceases to be interesting. There are no surprises left. And the moment the element of surprise is gone, the zest of life is gone. That, you see, is why it's very difficult to teach Zen to yourself. Because you can't easily surprise yourself. The essence, you see, of this kind of spontaneity is response to a surprise. So the master, you don't know what he's going to do, and he surprises you. It's like trying to cure hiccups. Very difficult to cure yourself, because when you pat yourself on the back, you know when you're going to do it. So you're all ready for it. When somebody else comes up and slaps you on the back, and that's a surprise. And so as to be surprised, well, there's no way of premeditating it. So you see, if you read, for example, there's a book out here called Zen by Eugen Herrigel, to learn to pull the bowstring in the manner of the Japanese archer and let it go, but not on purpose. He's had to let it go without thinking first, I'll let it go, and then let go. He had to let it go, not on purpose. Now, that really bugged Herrigel. How do you do something not on purpose, especially if you're aiming at a target? Well, the whole point is, if you think before you shoot, we have a thing like beginner's luck. You see, if you simply point at something like that, if your finger was a gun, I would probably have hit the light switch. So you get a person who's naive about a gun, pick a gun up and bang, and the thing will drop dead. I'll never forget the first time I ever used a slingshot. This friend of mine was with me, and he was aiming away and not missing. I just picked it up, and it hit, and I couldn't do it again. You get a certain naturalness there. So there was a master by the name of Ikkyu, who was a great leg puller. And he had in front of his house a very gnarled pine tree. One of those things that tall. This tree straight. Well, soon there was a whole crowd of people around that tree, lying on the ground, twisting their necks and looking at it from all sorts of angles. But there's absolutely no way of seeing the tree with a straight trunk. But Ikkyu had a friend who was a priest of another sect, and the smart boy went over to see this friend and said, what about this Mr. Ikkyu's tree? Oh, said the other priest, it's perfectly simple. He said, you go and tell him the answer to seeing the tree straight is to look straight at it. So this man went over to Ikkyu and said, I claim the reward. He said, you look straight at it. And Ikkyu looked at him in a funny way and said, I think you've been talking to Roseanne down the street. Now, in that way, you see, just look straight at it. In other words, here's the bowstring, let go of it. Do it. So, inspiration. You at last learn to let go of the thing, which was what you were supposed to do all the time. And then one is as again as a child. This is original innocence. So this is the meaning of the person who was asked, what do you do here in this Zen institution? He said, we eat when hungry and we sleep when tired. But he said, that's being just like everybody else. They all do that. He said, they do not. When they eat, they don't eat. But they think of all sorts of extraneous matters. When they
Don't produce
tire,
enough
they don't
sperm.
sleep. They dream all kinds of dreams.
You transcend that to the FBI, to the Secretary of War. It will take over. There's no way that America is not. I'm sorry. And when I say this, you guys get angry. But the signs are just there. To fill my tank. I don't need Trump to tell me he doesn't care. My pocketbook is telling me what is important. Now I can afford it. I have a regular job. I also have a side hustle. I pick up the side hustle because I want to do other things, right? A lot of people don't have that opportunity.
Hasn't taken anything yet.
A lot of people don't have that opportunity. So I don't need. I'm at the numbers. It's going to be a shellacking for the Republicans. But the problem is that, in as much as I want Republicans to lose, I want America to go down. I still like America. But what can I do? A lonely poor immigrant like me, who is telling Americans that this man you guys are electing or supporting is going to be doing your country. I feel so sad. It's not the America that I came to now as a young child. It's not the America that I used to listen to, I used to admire. Everything is gone wayward. You have a man who has no decorum. Yesterday, Trump spent 5 hours to steal lunacy on Truth Social. The president of the greatest country in the world, posting like eyes will clear. You come back to remind what I told you prior to the elections. Don't worry. Everything will come to pass. My predictions, and I'm happy to say it, coming to pass. You are telling Americans that you don't care about their welfare, which is true. Trump has never really cared. He's a millionaire. Millionaires really don't care about poor people somewhere. I don't know why people thought that being a billionaire is such a redeeming quality for Trump. But anyway, that's a different discussion. So, Gary, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I don't want to waste so much time, but I always come to tell you, when I see topics like this, I will come to the room, I remind you and reinforce you on what I told you earlier about what happened to America. It's no surprise. Let Trump continue doing what he's doing. I'll be here again to come back and tell you I told you so. Thank you very much, Ayub.
Thank you, Anwar. As you were speaking, I thought about something, and that is a lot of people voted for Trump because they believe.
Now, what I want to talk to you about this afternoon. These Taoistic and Buddhistic philosophies that have inspired them. And to speak about them fairly technically.
Who voted for him because they said, this guy's a successful businessman, and therefore we can trust him to run the country because he's run businesses so successfully. That was the impression that they had. So here you have a president who says, I don't care about anybody. And I think about Bill Clinton, who came up in very humble surroundings in Hope, Arkansas. His grandmother basically raised him because his mother was struggling to be a nurse. And so, pretty modest. If you look at the house, which you can see online if you want to look at it, it's not palatial. Not necessarily look at someone who is a successful businessman or who walks into the Oval Office rich necessarily as an asset, because maybe a lack of empathy. Very wealthy people who are outstandingly empathetic, who give away large portions of their income or earnings, their largesse, to causes that they believe in, and sometimes not so wisely, in my opinion. But I mean, they're trying to be philanthropic, etc., in whatever way that they can, and I think that's a great thing. But I've also known, and I'm sure many people have known folks who are in the something costs more, but you can afford it. It's not going to affect your quality of life. You're not going to cut back on your travel or your purchases, etc. It's the people further down in the economic ladder who do feel the pain. So it may not be so surprising that a president who was born into wealth might not feel folks' pain and say they don't really care about the effects of the economy on the common American. Just a thought to consider. Thank you, Odin Ware. We'll go to Monsef, followed by...
Can I ask you a question? Sorry, Gary, just a quick question.
Sure.
So, can you tell me at any point in Trump's life that he has ever been empathetic? At any points?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know the totality of his life. I don't think any of us are qualified to answer that question. Exist, and we just don't know about it. I've known people who have donated anonymously because they actually think it's inappropriate to take credit for giving some of their extra income to different organizations and causes. I'm not talking about political causes. I'm talking about things to help people rise up from poverty or to fight diseases or protect animals, whatever it may be that floats their boat. And they do it anonymously because, so who knows whether Trump has done that or not? I don't know. Maybe it's been reported somewhere where he's acknowledged that he's never given one penny to one organization. Maybe he's a huge supporter of the efforts of the Salvation Army or the charity, but the scale, personal nature of his giving have been subject to intense scrutiny and debate. He heavily utilized his own foundation.
That's right.
Largely funded by others to make donations. So that's not really his money. And often gave non-cash assets such as conservation easements. I don't know what that's all about. And Forbes also reports he also pledged his presidential salary to various federal departments. So I guess in that respect, there is an in-kind contribution to back to the government, but not to charity.
Yeah, and it's the same thing when you give, when you donate non-cash items. It's the purpose of them is to lower your taxes rather than gain someone. I mean, you can lend your nothing comes out of your dollars to someone, he's going to brag about it for a whole week. But getting back to this, it's the the comments today was. I mean, I was glad that he's actually honest about what everybody else is saying. And this since the beginning, it was the fact that, I mean, is he going to care about the hurt of the American people? He said in the beginning that it was going to be short-term pain. He kind of was aware that it's going to be an issue, but he made it sound like there is nothing to worry about here. We're going to take a little excursion, and it's worth it. Now, for the people that elected this guy, I mean, he's on top of our military. He makes these decisions, whatever. We should be able to believe that if he's making such a big step, he's saying that no U.S.
Monsef, where'd you go?
Different than if he has a real plan on how to deal with this crisis or war or excursion or a military operation or whatever in a successful way, planned, that telling the American people, like, this is this is how it's going to be. We have a plan. We have whatever. I mean, we've been hearing that it's a victory since hour number one. All
people, in local news saying that they can't drive their cars, they have to take public transportation. There is the beginning, because we're not willing to go 6 months, a year with gas prices at in Florida. I mean, I paid $5.25. Unleaded was like $4.60, but anyway, $5.25. In California, it's up to $7. It's not something that the American people can live on. We're hearing stories that people are already don't have enough to finish the month because of all the inflationary gas prices kind of put on the economy. Inflation numbers just came out. You read them earlier, Gary. It's not looking good. Adding more salt to the wound, you got job numbers that are not doing so well. And again, Hassett, he's an advisor to the president, I guess, on the economy. And he's saying, hey, don't look at the job numbers being low as a bad thing. This is the effect, the consequence of not having about 200,000 immigrants in our economy. The fact that we don't have so many workers, now we get to count that we lost 200,000 jobs. I thought the whole story was that immigrants stole American jobs. So how come the 200,000 jobs that were lost were not replaced by Americans seeking work? But the bottom line is 200,000 jobs disappeared from the economy. 200,000 jobs that we're adding to GDP are not adding anything to GDP. And the idea that we're blaming everything on, these scary things. Well, we're of shit like this doesn't, and this is a problem with MAGA, really. Whatever happens, they laugh it off, because the most important thing with this president, with MAGA, and why they supported this guy, I mean, they knew he was a crook. They knew he was not good at business. They knew when he became president, he multiplied his net worth by 7. None of this matters to them. What matters to them is that they have a president out there, a leader that looks at immigrants lowerly, like people like me, like Odie and Ware, real professionals that are pumping real dollars into the federal tax dollar system. I looked at less than, and I was told this a long time ago by your friend Steve on this stage. I was told that my Americanism compared to his was lower, less than. Taking up jobs, doing, raping our women, dirtying the blood of our society. This is the fuel that lets people vote for someone like this and say to themselves that we are going to take the pain of paying higher prices, of accepting a president that lies to us all the time, of hearing something, but then I'm going to believe something else because I have such a confirmation bias that I'm going to believe something else. He surely does not mean what he says. So this is why we here. I gotta correct a couple of items. I'm gonna have a beef to pick with you, Gary. Friendly beef. The talk about the economy doing so well, and then you.
I don't think I mentioned the Wall Street at all.
Oh no, I said earlier, not you. I said the mention that when the president talks about how well the economy is doing, that he always brings up the stock market as a sign that we're great. And then people mentioned that, yeah, not everybody is invested in the stock market. Yeah, about 62% of households are. But the fact that 87% of stocks are owned by only the 10% of the population. So people might have 401ks and all that, but it's smaller 401ks usually. It's not the people that benefit from the stock market are not typically your, $50,000 a year households. That's all. My only beef with that I'm gonna. Talking to Ching, and you asked her about how things are in China, and they said, well, maybe Monsef was just saying stuff to make his point. I would never say something that is not based on real numbers, real sources, to give you wrong, information to just make my point. I've known you for a long time. I usually send you my sources. Howard knows me forever. Marshall knows me. Merrill knows me. I was never known to. I mean, this is I work in finance. I would never give you wrongful information in order to make a point, whether it's good or bad. That's all, and I think you probably don't even remember, but I just didn't like the fact that you insinuated that I was just inflating my numbers to make my point. That's my intervention.
I don't ever recall saying that, but okay, if I did, I apologize. Your point about the immigrants. Growing a little bit. It was down somewhat because of the crisis of the opioids, but it's starting to inch up again. And a good percentage of the elder care workforce comes from other countries. And they're finding it difficult to get into the United States. And many of them, and I'm saying this anecdotally, I don't know that there are any figures to back up what I'm about to say, are reticent to find jobs here right now with this administration. Because I know by virtue of my previous job, which put me in touch with a lot of people in other nations virtually, but it put me in touch.
Sorry to interrupt you, Gary. The nursing sector is affected greatly with this, and it used to be easier to get nurses from places like the Caribbean islands, like places closer to the U.S. But it's I got I got a friend, his wife is, she works at a hospital as a registered nurse, and she's been telling me how hard it is that the procedures now to get qualified, because we don't have enough qualified American nurses in the U.S. that are willing to, to do the job. We just don't have enough. We need extra. I mean, that's a given.
You can make a lot of money. You can make a lot of money.
Yeah, it is.
You can make a lot of money if you don't have any roots. If you're not, if you want to be a traveling nurse, where you travel from hospital to hospital, town to town, and it's an adventure. Some people like doing that, and they'll help provide you housing and transport. Because there's always a shortage of nurses in the hospitals, and so there you go. It's a problem, and it's going to be a growing problem. The approach to immigration might shift again with the next president. I don't know. Some people will think that's a good thing. Some people will think it's a backtracking, though. Thank you, Montserrat.
Don't buy that Tesla stock yet, Gary. It's very inflated. And I forgot one point. The BYD, as much as we give the Chinese a hard time, BYD is the equivalent of Tesla, except they are the number one sellers of electric vehicles in the world. They are all over Europe. I mean, I don't know who's here that lives in Europe or travels to Europe, but Europeans are buying BYDs way more than Teslas. Chinese are buying BYDs much more than Teslas, and the quality of not going to work. We do have real competition, and it's time to wake up to it and be smart about it. But Tesla is very overvalued. I don't recommend anyone putting a lot of money into it unless they know what they're doing. Thanks.
Thank you, Matson. We'll go to Dave, followed by Steve.
The tightest war is about Iran war. And for Iran, for 47 years, they planned for one thing, the Shiite Islamic end-time war. And according to this, their goal is to kill 2 billion lives, right? So that will include 350 American lives. That's why every day, they get the people chant, death to America. That means 350 lives. Significant population of American, and now it's becoming difficult because of the last couple of weeks of attack by U.S. and Israel combined. Although they spend billions in doing so, but as we understand how Trump understand life, Trump would spend 300 to 500 million just to save one.
What does this have to do with the question of the room, though? Can you answer the question of the room?
I already answered the question of the room. That means we are dealing with Iranian war, and economics is nothing compared to life. And because Trump is willing to spend 300 to 500 million just to save one life, the 50 millions and the suffering of the American people about gasoline is to kill as many American, 350 million lives through pandemics. And this is today's
I don't understand what that's nothing to do with the discussion in the room, Dave. And there are a lot of people waiting, so I'm going to move on to Steve. Steve, followed by Merrill.
Yeah, Gary, when we talk about Trump making a statement, I don't care about the economic conditions of anybody. Well, that's in regard to any war. When FDR was involved in World War II and we had to ration gas, we had to ration all kinds of different things, there was tremendous pain put on the American people and economy. Did we say FDR was being irrational? No, of course we didn't.
That if we really wanted the American public to be linked to it, we'd have gone onto a war footing and rationed stuff so that everybody had to bear the consequences of the action. Also, FDR was famous for his fireside chats where he was very empathetic in the messaging to the U.S. So if you have a chance to hear some of those, it'd be worth it.
Well, I can be empathetic, but the facts on the ground are the facts on the ground. I can tell you, I hate that you're in a bind, but if you're still in a bind, you're in a bind. That doesn't change the facts on the ground, no matter how you try and wrap it in a nice little sugary fireside speech.
So you don't have a problem. You don't have so nice little sugary fireside speech, but
no.
So at least the president, Steve, is being forthright with us when he says, I don't think about American financial situation. I don't think about anybody. So that's much better. That's much better. To that question, and then he doubled down on it later, was, quote, I don't think about American financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. So he did not sugarcoat it, I guess, as you were suggesting, like FDR did. Shame on FDR.
Well, no. Here is the reality of anything. And people are getting so convoluted in this. If you engage in any military activity, there's going to be a residual consequence to it. That is
fine, but that's not what he said. He didn't say, listen, he didn't say, to quote Bill Clinton.
Do you think maybe that was aimed at the Iranian leadership that is trying to inflict economic pain?
Oh, I hadn't. Offers calm and understanding and explanation to the American people. Nay. I'm with you on this, Steve. Nay.
I didn't say he articulated the point of what is the Iranian strategy in closing the Strait of Hormuz? What is their strategy when they close it? The strategy is to inflict economic pain worldwide.
Bring it on, because as the President of the United States, I don't care.
No, what he's saying to them in a crude and not so artful way is that your strategy that you're employing, because you have no military answer to what we're doing, your strategy of trying to inflict economic pain to us is not going to be effective. That's what he's saying. Now, did he say it artfully?
So you know what? the American people just suck it up, realize that your president
and say, I don't care.
Someone?
No.
You're talking about the
Anybody
commander in
that was in
chief.
charge, Gary, because it came out and said, I hear your pain. I know that things are going bad. Did that change the situation? My mother, she's telling me about people going out and picking up iron and sending it in. They're making sacrifices.
So when a reporter says to the President of the United States, Mr. President, what can you say to the American people about their concerns about the rising inflation and their inability to meet their financial obligations? Your answer to that question is, I don't care.
No, I didn't say that he
But
did
that's
it
what his
properly.
answer was.
Well, Gary, let me ask you this. What if he says, I hear you, I know it's very difficult. Would that change the situation?
Nobody's suggesting that it. Churchill calmed the people of the United Kingdom during World War II, that was just a waste of breath because it didn't change anything.
Well, did it?
So you don't care if your president doesn't care?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
he doesn't care, Steve, and you're saying you're being dismissive. You're being dismissive of the fact that he says he doesn't care whether Steve can put a meal on the table. You don't. That doesn't bother.
No. What I am saying is that whether he says I don't care, whether he says, and I really empathize with your point, every war has consequence. Every war is going to inflict pain. No matter how you talk to people about that war, something is going to happen.
I want to ask you a question. I would like you to answer.
I got one other thing
I want to say it, but I want to ask you a question that I would like you to answer honestly. If when they were putting stickers on pumps all across the country with pictures of Joe Biden and with the words "Thanks, Joe," because the price of gasoline was going up during his administration. And if a reporter said to him, Mr. President, people are putting these stickers on gas pumps all across the nation. Clearly they are upset that they have to pay so much. Or if the President of the United States were to be asked, Mr. Biden, people feel that their individual rights are being impeded by being told that if Joe Biden had said, I don't care, what would your response be the same? Well, I don't know why anybody's complaining about Biden saying that he doesn't care, because it doesn't change the situation on the ground. So shut up with your criticism of Joe Biden.
No, you're comparing apples and oranges.
Am I?
Yeah,
So,
actually,
you can't answer the question.
hold it. Actually, you are, Gary, because one is a consequence of a war with a third party actively injecting the problem into the economy. The first, in Biden's case, was a policy decision that had no external
regardless of the reason. If he had said,
the reason's relevant.
If he had said, you know what, you're right, the gas prices are going up, you're right, it's a shame that people have to stay home. No, but instead of saying that, he said, too bad, Steve, you can't go to church. I don't care. That would have been all right with you because that was the reality on the ground.
No.
It wouldn't change anything.
No, Gary, because the two instances you are citing are government policies dictated with no external variables.
COVID wasn't an external factor?
Pardon me?
COVID wasn't an external factor? We were under attack from China because of COVID, right?
No.
You don't think that?
No, COVID was a pandemic, and how you handled it was not being influenced by someone in a third country.
So if it's being influenced by a war, then the president. He made a decision. I'm not arguing against the decision. He made a decision to go to war with Iran. So that's a government policy. Iran didn't attack us.
What it sounds like to me is that we have a bunch of people that think you can engage in something like this with all the variables involved, and if there's going to be some kind of pain, they don't think it's reasonable.
You know what it says to me, Steve? What it says to me is, I'll tell you exactly what it says to me. When conservatives are complaining about having to give up certain things because of the COVID situation, they're standing up for their rights as American citizens, and they're waving the American flag, and they're the true patriots. When liberals complain about the cost that are a result of a conservative
when a government in isolation makes a decision, that's one policy. When a government makes a decision and someone has the ability to blow back after that decision, and we're talking about war here, it's a different issue. Now, is Trump and how he articulated this has always been his biggest problem, is how he articulates. He stuck his foot in his mouth. But the idea that I keep hearing over and over and over, that somehow war has no consequence, and this is just something that we should not. The question you got to ask yourself is just this, plain and simple. Is Iran having a nuclear weapon and being able to possibly, with long-range weapons, inflict mass casualties all over the United States or all over Europe or whatever radius?
disparity in the way people look at things. So when President Trump is revealed to have said locker room talk, we understand that it's just locker room talk about grabbing women an area where no man should grab unless it's his wife or his girlfriend with consent. That's just Trump being Trump. That's just the way Trump talks. When Joe Biden pats a little child on the head, he's a pedophile.
No, I've consistently said that Trump's biggest impediment
Can you imagine
is his
that's his
articulation
problem,
of his
it's his
position.
mouth, but you know,
I've
if
consistently said that.
Biden had that problem, if Biden had said something about grabbing women by the not going to make a big deal about it, are we?
No, well,
come on, Steve. Let's be honest about it.
Let me ask you this question, and then I'll get out of the way because there's a lot of people.
I'm enjoying this, Steve. I hope.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you this simple question: do you believe that there was any justification for military interdiction in Iran?
That's not the topic.
It is relevant.
It's not the topic at hand. It's not the topic at hand. The topic at hand is the word. It was the president. No. That's not the topic. The topic. The question was.
All right. Yeah.
Was about the economy, and the president said, "I don't care."
Well,
are you going to claim that he didn't say that?
No, I've said over and over ad nauseum that this. And if you think that they can put that kind of pressure on your economy and you're going to fold, then what are you doing? You're telling them, yeah, if you can create enough economic misery in the country, instead of using a bomb against you, I can just wait you out and then you go home and I'll get what I want.
Do you think that the president's comments change any of that? Do you think that it's suddenly they're saying, oh, the president says he doesn't care, so we better just might as well reopen the Strait of Hormuz because it ain't working because Trump don't care?
Okay.
Do you think that?
No.
Then what? Then why are you saying that?
I do think it'll have an impact on him. If the people in Iran doesn't feel that the political pressure from economic damage is going to move his position, I think it strengthens him in negotiation.
The United States, where everybody's complaining about the price of goods and gas, they're not aware that his approval ratings are down to 30%. They're not aware that the Republicans.
You don't think they're playing on that? You don't think that's their strategy for a long-term?
Right, but that's just been obviated by the brilliancy of the president's response to the reporter today.
Okay, well, maybe we can find a war where we can get into it, and nothing articulable will ever change in the country.
No man will
ever die. Nothing will ever happen.
But that's not what he said. His response wasn't Steve's response. His response wasn't, look, it's unfortunate, but we have to get rid of their nuclear weapons, and as a result of that, somebody's got to do something, and I've decided to do something. Don't care.
All right, but here's one thing. For everybody,
I don't think about anybody.
Here is one thing. For everybody that parses every single syllable that comes out of this man's mouth, the next president of the United States that gets into office, let's do the same thing. And
I see. So he is being treated unfairly by the news media.
and by Gary by raising this issue today.
No, we just consistently parse every single syllable, and I've never seen anyone.
See, all you do is try to brush away what happened today.
And Gary, do you say
brushing
that?
it away. If one argument doesn't work, you come up with another one.
And Gary, didn't you say the president was asked a second time about his words and basically said the same thing?
Almost.
So there you go. Let's not have accountability for what we say. That's okay. And let's do whataboutism, Steve.
Consistently, and I continue to say, this is his biggest impediment in governance.
But people who criticize him for it, they never criticize the previous president, and they would never criticize the future president. The only president whose words are being parsed are Trump's.
Well, you know what? When Mayorkas was letting the country go to hell with immigration, I never heard any shit about Mayorkas consistently saying the border was under control. Everybody, I mean to a person, did not parse anything about bullshit.
I did not have sex with that woman, Monica Lewinsky. Oh, nobody parsed on that one because that's a Democrat. Nobody said a damn thing about that.
No one said a thing about Mayorkas while he's letting the southern border just be overrun and still.
A lot of people said about it. A lot of people said about it. Someone saying it, and that makes your comment inaccurate.
Well, like I say, let's find the word.
There wasn't a big drumbeat. There wasn't a big drumbeat of concern. There weren't. The mainstream media did not go and show videotapes of caravans of people coming from South America through Central America into Mexico to our border.
How many people called out his constant articulation that's under control? How many?
A lot of people did. Do you want me to research it right now and tell you? Not the Democrats, not the Democrats, but there were a lot of people who did.
Yeah.
Your memory is failing you, buddy.
No, it ain't.
You're younger than me. Your memory shouldn't be failing you.
My memory ain't failing. Of what's going on here have not changed, and I'll leave it there.
Well, there was strong opposition to Biden's immigration policies. That's why they came up with that bill that Marshall hates so much. There was actually bipartisan opposition to the president's immigration policies. And I will forward to you a University of Cincinnati study that actually looked into all of that. Critics from the Republican side and about the open borders, and critics from the liberal side for maybe different reasons. But there was a lot of criticism. Your memory is failing you. I will send it. I will post it to the chat so everybody can see it. Meryl, followed by Daryl.
What's happening and people complaining or how other people are grasping this. And he said, and I quote, "Well, what this tells me is that a bunch of people, ... a bunch of people." That is pretty dismissive. That language is extremely dismissive of people that are suffering or people that are affected. And that's where language is important. You talk about Trump. Well, the best thing or worst thing about him is he's bombastic. But he's bombastic, but then you always come up with a reason you always know his motive. Whatever his motive is, it's one that you defend. And you've got to be careful. But what it jumped out at me when you said what this says to me is a bunch of people. I don't know who the bunch of people you view. That tells me you view them very inappropriately. It tells me that there's not a lot of empathy there, and I don't mean to say that. I don't mean to hurt your feelings. There were all kinds of problems. What Canada was able to try to work around, what China was able to try to work around. People don't seem to understand that this economy was people were being affected in this economy before the war. This was just made it worse. So I do think that should be taken into consideration. And I think you should take into consideration what he says now, even. He still says, I'm going to do tariffs this, I'm going to do, and I want to take this in Greenland. I don't think the war is not major to him. The war is a pain in the butt to him. And that's how he views it. This is interfering with his ability to do the other things that he wants to do. And let's not forget, while some people are having a problem, they can't have to carpool or they're missing church and something. We are the donors. So I think that should be taken into consideration, that people that are hurting right now are looking at that and they are paying attention to that. And so that's one thing. I think that is extremely important. I would also like to point out that I began researching Donald Trump years ago on a bet with my boss. And it was when Donald Trump was starting to talk about the birthers. And he was not running for president. He didn't run for president till later. And I started to research, and I was able to get one tax return I was able to get. And if you think that man was generous, I'll tell you who he was generous to. His daughter's dance school. That's it. That's who he was generous to. And regarding the billionaires, the millionaire, whatever you think he was, this great businessman, he was not viewed as a great businessman in New York. He was not. His money came from his father, that their trust funds from tax evasion. He was not and real estate agents, the real estate people, the billionaires then, they weren't flocking to him. They were staying away from him. And that's why he was so angry with the New York Times. And now you've got a bunch of billionaires who saw that he has been reelected, and this is where he's making his money, and this is where they're making even more money than they need, but it's more money. So I do believe that some people ought to take into consideration what he was before, what he was in his first presidency. And by the way, the reason you didn't have immigration laws for 30 years, you couldn't put together immigration laws between the Democrats and the Republicans, is because the Republicans, they were affected by all the companies that said, we're going to lose our employees. They were getting cheap labor, and they were losing their employees. So that's just one more thing I'd like to throw into it. And I'm sorry if I don't mean to be mean about everybody. He's making billions. His family is making billions. The Saudis, he's not going to the Saudis. He's not sending somebody to the Saudis to negotiate a good deal. They're getting good deals for themselves as well. And nobody's makes as much money during this presidency as his corporation and his family is. And it's right out in the open. We're not calling it corrupt. We can't call it corrupt because it's right out in the open. Nobody's doing anything about it. Congress isn't doing anything about it. Congress isn't going to do anything about this war. But the thing about Trump right now is he got us into this for one reason. Don't think it was just because, maybe we're going to have a nuclear weapon that was going to affect us right away. He had advice. He had advisors who said, don't do this. Don't do this now. But what you have is a narcissist who thought, I'm going to do this and I'm going to be the hero and I'm going to be the best guy in the world, and didn't have is a narcissistic fallout. He is falling out. He is failing right now. And that's why he says what he says. And he's going to go to China and he's going to come back and he said, oh, they love me. Oh, yeah, he loved me. We're doing great. That's what we get. I'm sorry. Thank you.
So with regard, thank you, Meryl, to the immigration, I'm just going to, we're short on time, just point out this University of Cincinnati study to which I referred, and which is now already pinned in the, not pinned, but posted in the chat, which is linked above. And in it, it talks about criticism of the Biden. This was in 2024 that this study was published. And by the way, there's all kinds of academic background supporting the conclusions here, to which you for President Trump's, while critics on the right accuse him of being excessively liberal on immigration matters. Here's something that I will refresh Steve's memory. This is when it was written contemporarily. In recent news, House Republicans passed an impeachment resolution against Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas, citing that Mayorkas violated the Immigration and National Security Act and failed his duty to the public in controlling the border. But nobody said anything. Nobody criticized Trump. I mean, Biden. The only president to get criticism is Trump. That was the argument of the caller, and obviously he's like forgotten things. Conveniently, Daryl followed.
And the simplest explanation is that he meant what he said. But we get all of these whisperers who, well, no, that's not really what he meant. Because I know him, I know how he thinks, I know what he's thinking. And they don't realize that if Trump walked past them on the street, he wouldn't even look at them. And it's just so strange to me. On the economy, Meryl is right. A lot of this started, last year. Here are some facts. Last year, a record number of people in this country sold plasma, meaning people are selling blood to buy food, to pay rent, to live. I didn't know about this until about a month ago when I went down to Grand Central. I've been donating blood twice a year. Look at the fact that credit card debt is something like $18 trillion, and people are using credit cards to pay rent. They're using credit cards to eat. Most people, I think it's something like 57%, are within $10 of the limit on their credit cards. If this didn't start during the war, this is something that's been coming, and this is exacerbating it. And this is only part two. If you speak to economists, we're in for a long road.
Hey,
on this one. Yeah.
Can I bring up something that you mentioned the other week, which I thought was really relevant to this point? Can you speak to the buy now, pay later momentum too in the installment payment?
Yeah. Last year, a record number of people purchased their holiday.
I sold my soul to the company store.
There you go. There you go. And we don't have enough shacks walking into Walmart and paying off people's like Christmas plans and things like that. But again, this is really just part two. As the strait continues to be closed, you're going to start to see pressure from other nations. There was a report, I think, in Politico on maybe yesterday, that the UAE is actually attacking Iran anonymously because they've already left OPEC. If the Saudis leave OPEC, and we're looking at the collapse of the petrodollar, which will basically send us into a massive tailspin, we're in trouble. And again, this is only part two. Last year was part one. People are hurting.
By the way, Daryl, you neglected a very important part.
Okay.
Middle class. I'm looking at an NBC News story from February that talks about the record number of people selling Plaza. And the headline is, middle class Americans are selling their plasma to make ends meet.
Yeah.
Last year, people in the United States made an estimated $4.7 billion selling their plasma. Donation centers are popping up in middle-class neighborhoods, including suburban strip malls and college towns.
Yeah. So, I mean, then we get into what is actually, is middle class now what middle class was, or is middle class now upper lower class? Now, what that's irrelevant. So we're in for some pain, and like I think I mentioned something about Treasury reserves, and when people start thinking, what else can I lose? Then society is in trouble, in a sense.
By the way, this NBC article, just for the edification of people who are wondering, the war began, I believe it was February 28th. The article was published on February the 12th. So their story, and it's a pretty extensive one, was obviously reported on even before that, but it was published on February the 12th before the war. They were noting a record number of plasma sales.
Yeah.
So if the president were to be asked about that, why is there a record number of plasma sales among Americans, especially around middle class Americans? Well, I don't care about that. All I care about is the nuclear weapons.
He's made $4 billion since asked him on the street. And it's a phenomenon that I just don't understand.
But it is a phenomenon, and let's not lose sight of the fact, West Virginia was part of the Union. It wasn't part of the Confederacy. And West Virginia used to be a blue state. And now West Virginia is solidly red. So there's something there.
And Manchin, so West Virginia, it's about the closing of the coal mines, but Manchin lived on a yacht during, Steve, he lived on a yacht. And he's talking about how he's the best representative for the people. When Hillary, I'll wrap. When Hillary Clinton first said that people vote against their interests, I absolutely did not understand what the hell she was talking about. But I'm starting to
balancing, is anybody that you care about balancing this budget? Is $6.5 or $7 trillion a year not enough for us to support America? There's this joke going around where somebody says America's so great, it's the richest country in the world, and they say, well, does everybody have food? No. Does everybody have health care? No. Do you get free education? No. What do you get? You get weaponry, right? And Trump just proposed another $500 billion to add to the $2 trillion a year deficit. That the way that's made up is in a couple of ways, but primarily it's through inflation, right? Like somebody has to make up the difference. And I usually ask somebody who comes in and I ask them, can you give me the social security numbers of your grandchildren? They say, why? I said, because I'm going to take out credit cards from your grandchildren so I can buy a bomb I can drop on another country. And they'll say, are you out of your mind? I said, no, you are, because that's what you're doing. So I think we could kind of talk. A lot of promises, things like balancing the budget and opening up our economy and our energy reserves. We could give a peace dividend to America. And look, I think there are tremendous forces in the world, but it's almost like an idiot computer that all it wants to do is make money. It has absolutely no empathy. It's like AI with no consideration for humanity, and it just keeps going. And eventually, you run out of clients. I mean, I don't think it's a smart business model to price every single person out of the market so nobody can buy your stuff. Then what? Okay, you can live on a yacht, but so how long can you do that before if you don't have somebody to take care of?
If you know how to fish, you're going to be okay.
Well, maybe if there's, maybe if you still have fish, But I think I have to agree with several of the speakers that on these people's minds, and if I was running for office, I'd say the only thing on my mind right now is not only balancing the budget, but making sure it's a surplus, so that we have money to spend on things. Why are they spending money on stuff that we don't have? That they have to bleed out somehow out of the raising unsustainable prices on American people. It's insane. It's mean, and it's stupid. I work in the financial sector, and I always look at things with two lenses, right? I'm also a medical examiner, right? So I look at things from a medical lens, and I look at things from an economic lens. It's completely unsustainable. And
so you're going to do the post-mortem, the economy. Listen, what you say is absolutely true. My son used to always tell me there's no difference between the Republican and the Democratic Party. And they want us to believe there's this big difference between the Republican money. If it was their money, they would be doling it out judiciously. But it's your money and my money, so what do they care? Excellent points, Dr. Mitch. We're out of time. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 o'clock New York time, so until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum. Everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
Think that I would like
like sell pussy pretty much. He didn't go into details, but he said Monica would make a lot of money because
Harry, you know how much the war cost for USA so far?
$29 billion.
$29 billion, and you know how much it costs they run?
Change for us.
And you know how much it costs they run?
It's supposed to burn like that?
270. 270 billion.
My favorite part is that they did away with it. We're not going to use this anymore. And that was all anybody heard again. They were like, yeah, we're done with that one. Sorry. Thanks for playing.
Brad, were the veterans from the first Desert Storm ever compensated for all the injuries that they had? I remember there was a big story about that.
Some were, and I think there's still some fighting on that. Not enough of us have died off yet.
Is that the bird pit?
Ridiculous. I was just laughing at all the people that I know who tried to put in for that, who never wore air protection ever. It's like, you weren't wearing those yellow and brown 3Ms. What are you talking about?
Come on, you and I both put in for it. I bet you Derek did too.
I did not serve. So
I thought you served.
I served. I appreciate all the people that do.
Yep, same here. Appreciate y'all service.
I still have to ask to this day, because it's always the Marines, but what was up with them taking the fucking casings and shoving them in their ears as protection? Like, who came up with that fucking strategy?
I've actually seen.
Wait, what did they do again? What did they do? They just take empty casings and shove them in your ears, and they would just use that as hearing protection.
Like the beggar queen you are, we are here to discuss terms of surrender.
You're going to need a bigger boat.
You know, when we fired off of the square, I was laughing my ass off because I'm sitting there and you can hear it. And you can feel it. Like it vibrates into your fucking lungs. And you're sitting there and you're like, that thing's panning off. And I just kept going back to like a broadside from a battleship. And I'm like, no wonder why all of those guys are fucking dying. There's really that. There's no way. There's no hearing protection when all 12 of those fucking
Thank you for the Armada. Our queen does love ships. Last time we spoke, we made a pact. We violated that pact. We declared war upon us. Though our queen does have a forgiving nature, this cannot be forgiven.
Our queen insists that one of you must die.
How you doing, Notorious?
A lowborn. He does not speak fast.
Welcome to the stage.
Well, thank you so much.
What's on your mind, Karina?
What are we talking about?
You picked the subject. Go for it.
No, I'm talking. I'm here. I'm not in the army, so I cannot follow this subject. So you go, guys, first, and whatever. Well, I have my issues about Trump and shit.
What?
And Iran and stuff. We can talk about that, but I don't know if you're ready for that.
No, we're here. We're ready. We're always ready to go.
Okay. Let me ask you a simple question. What do you think about the war against Iran?
Nuke them, kill them.
Wow.
Gambler stopper.
Oh yeah.
All the bad math that you're about to do.
Oh yeah. And I'm about to go on a gambling spree very soon. I'm going on the. No, I am. It's all part of it, man. It's all part of it.
Steve,
probability.
Hang on, before you do, I was just curious as to what made you, Steve, think that Eastwood was a vegetarian.
I thought I read it somewhere. I thought I read it somewhere.
You read he's really healthy and it's basically vegetarian.
Well, yeah. It says he focuses on low-fat, high-nutrient foods, fish, chicken, fruit. I just thought he was a vegetarian.
Well, fish and chicken might as well be vegetables.
Well, and it does say here he does not eat red meat. I didn't think he ate like chicken or fish or anything, but. Win, but if I don't lose, I win.
Well, you lose once you start playing. But other than that, I think you have the right attitude.
Yeah.
You know how much I've lost this year, like playing Kino? Let me tell you. $0.
And I
walk in. Well, you don't take a seat.
Yeah, and I distinctly remember I have lost a total of $5 in Keno because I played it like once or twice, and just it doesn't do it for me. Keno doesn't do it.
Ask me how much I've lost in bingo, and it's a much bigger number because I have to oblige because my mother insists on playing bingo.
How much have you lost in bingo?
Pretty much every time I've played, except when I was like 12, back in the old days when they used to let kids go for some unknown reason. It was like totally illegal. It wasn't. We didn't have the law. But,
hey, Steve.
Hey.
Are you okay?
There you go. Yes,
but they are the hubs now of all these viruses. Like that hantavirus also broke out, in a cruise ship, and I think COVID when it first came out. Some of it came out in a cruise ship. So.
Cruise ships have always been petri dishes for disease. No question about it.
Cruise ship would go out and it'd be like 110 people would come back. Let's go.
Oh, they had one cruise ship that went out here, and they wouldn't let them come back literally for 2 months. We had this podcaster who lived in by Magic Mountain. I forgot what city, but by Magic Mountain out here in Los Angeles, and he was doing his podcast from the ship because he was out there for 60 fucking days. They wouldn't let the ship come back in during COVID. Valencia. Yeah, and although they don't play it traditionally on the ship, my favorite gambling game is the dirtiest, nastiest, most disease-filled game there is, and that is poker, because you have like 5 to 10 people sitting close around a table. They're exchanging the same chips, they're exchanging the same cards, and they're face and sneezing. It is a disgusting, filthy game, but I fucking love it.
That's your game, poker?
That is my game, poker. I've been playing poker for forever, but they don't have that type of poker on the cruise ship because it doesn't make them enough money. Yeah, you got to go to a real casino for that.
That's strange. That's one of the most popular gambling games.
Yes, but it doesn't make money on a cruise ship.
Oh.
Because the house doesn't have the advantage, because the house takes a straight rake, and it's publicized, and there's no secrets about it, because you're not playing against the house, you're playing against the other players. Yeah.
Have you ever lost a lot of money? Like, can I ask what's the most money you've lost before?
What is the most money I've lost in poker? I'm going to say, oh my goodness, I'm going to say over 30 years ago, I think I lost about $700-800. So what's $700-800 30 years ago? What is that now? Like 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 or something?
Sounds good to me, baby.
Yeah. There you have it. So that's the most I've ever lost, and the most I ever won. I won a tournament. I won about $1,700 to $2,000. I won.
I've never been a big gambler.
I love poker. One day I'll enter the World Series of Poker.
Because we pay off our $140 trillion in debt because we're supplying the world with oil from Venezuela, U.S., and Canada. And we're supplying it, refining it, and supplying it to the world. It pays off the debt once you fuck over the economy. That's part of the Bible.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I can tell you that you have not enough oil to import to the European Union.
Bullshit.
That is the fact. You don't have enough oil to export to Europe.
We're doing 5 million barrels a day, if not more, and we're refining.
And why Trump is holding it then? He's not letting it go. He's not letting it export it.
They said he's going to let something go very shortly over the next 4 months, supplying America, Europe, and all these other countries. So he's going to be
well, the U.S. is not in state of it, but Europe is depending on it and gas.
So you're going to get some in the next 4 months. It's a slow trickle that he's doing, plus the refining of new oil that we're doing daily of the 5 million barrels plus. That's going out to the world because already 122
it's not going out to the world.
But
you're keeping it yourself in the U.S. You're keeping it yourself. It's not letting it go.
122 ships, including the ones from China, have already started to come over to Venezuela and the U.S.
How much oil can one barrel hold?
Depending on ask and price.
That's an easy AI question. But Karina, it does appear that the United States is on the
Sorry, it's 42 gallons.
The United States is on the trajectory to be the largest exporter of oil this year in the world due to the conflict in the Middle East. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am. But
So one barrel of oil makes about 22 gallons of gasoline.
Okay, forget about all that. Okay.
Thank you.
What is the purpose? What is the purpose of Mr. Trump right now, which keep on going, the conflict in Iran? It's gonna keep on going. And what is the purpose? What is whatever
Control of
is
oil.
go.
And they fund the terrorists.
Oil and finances.
Yeah, in my opinion, and what does that stand for?
But look here.
Hold on, Karina, I'll answer your question. Hold on. The reason why is to establish that the oil will be traded in the American dollar.
All right.
That sounds like a good reason. What you
It
think,
already
Karina?
is.
The threat.
It already is. So.
The threat is of BRICS and Iran and some of these countries, Russia, trading oil and gold rather than the American dollar, devalues our currency.
It's not trading. Come on.
No. These countries that have had sanctions placed on them get blocked out of the world economic system that America is the largest influencer in. So to buy Iran's oil, they've had tons of sanctions on them. China and Russia have been purchasing it in gold. That's what they have been doing.
Okay, so whatever. You know what the gold price is doing right now, right?
It's going through the roof and turning around and going back up.
Exactly.
So a few years ago, Saudi Arabia was threatening to not trade their oil in the American dollar anymore too. And it's a big risk to the American economy if oil is not traded in the American dollar.
Okay, so just a random question.
As long as it takes, but it would be done by midterm.
Yeah.
All night long is fine for me.
For how long? How long can you? Do you know? I know what you pay for gas in the U.S. right now. It's like almost $5.
It's starting to head down though.
Starting to head down.
It's over $5 in some places.
Exactly.
Yeah, but some places it's gone down a little bit in the last few days.
Actually, that's a good. So for me, I've seen the highest gas prices so far from since the start of the conflict. I was hoping to catch it when it was really low today. I'm like, fuck. So that is kind of frustrating, of course. I'm assuming everybody that's an American that's on state, you guys are all seeing all-time highs.
I know you do.
So how far?
Yeah, who said that? Who said that?
Exactly.
I did.
So this
Yeah, no way.
You have
It's not the highest
price in the U.S., but you see, it's still CPI today. The CPI is like 4.8.
But you know, every spring
Y'all need
it
better
goes up
jobs.
in
3.8,
America.
not 4.8, 3.8, 2.8 core. It was not 4.8.
No, the core. Okay, you're looking at the core. Okay, but the Fed is not with the Fed is not. The market's pricing like 2 rate cuts this year. That's not going to happen.
Karina, I think you like
That took a lot.
You think Fed is going to cut rates?
Is everybody really stressing over like an extra $15?
I
But also, every the price goes up, and
I know that.
even under Biden, it was 118.
I understand that. So yeah, it does affect everything. But if you look at the global aspect of it, the United States is in a significantly than just about every other country.
Absolutely.
And the long term of this. So
yes,
we just need to step it up, Buttercup.
Because you have a Mr. Trump going on having war with everyone.
Girl, we've been doing that.
We've
been doing that.
That's not new.
We've been doing it
Been in
long.
conflict for.
Let's
No,
not
we've not
exaggerate.
been in conflict for like 6
We
years.
are the Bin Laden of the fucking world.
Let's not exaggerate. We're not at war with everyone. Come on, give me a break.
There's 164 countries.
I love your bigger pockets.
Absolutely.
Like, oh my God, this is so funny. This is so funny. He just received like the war peace announcement of FIFA, and what is he does? That is so.
Dude, if that's not badass, bro, I don't know what is, dude.
American.
I don't know what is, bro.
Obama
Yeah, well,
got the
I
peace
am.
deal before, the Nobel Peace Prize before he was even president.
Yeah. Dude, we literally, it's incredible the amount of power one person can have.
Yes, it is.
He's literally taught me to have leverage on every fucking body I speak to.
Yes.
I have leverage on everybody now. I got leverage on everybody I speak to now. That's power, dude. So shout out to him for that stuff.
Power. Yeah.
Watching pockets do an elbow.
And he's even married to
No, I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, well, I think it's just
sorry, Don.
it's the USA.
I mean, honestly,
I want to be here so much. Why not join us?
Yes, I'm pissed off that I'm not an American citizen. Yes.
Oh, you're not. I mean, we still shit in the streets. Two men say good morning to each other now. Someone will pause that and say it's gay. So that's America. That's where we're at, dude. Everyone's so scared of being.
No pockets. There's a difference. I acknowledge.
Are
good
you
morning.
scared to being gay in the U.S.
No,
at the moment?
no, I'll bend anybody over. It's all pink in the middle. But pockets, I acknowledge. Good
Making
morning.
coffee and just blurting.
No, it's grand rising. Right.
No, I never offer it. I always accepted it.
Right.
Once a certain rank and status, you no longer have to be the first one to say.
Ain't nothing wrong with being a catcher, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I don't think, nothing wrong with it.
Any port in the storm.
It's my turn in the barrel, Brad. Is that what it is?
That's why you guys wear your name on your ass, so I know who I'm doing.
I didn't even know Sam was in this game.
a drink.
I have my finca. This EU country. So yes, I am legal.
Why the fuck would you ask that question? Like, people comment.
Yeah, that is also. Do you
you
have
know-
any idea what's the union country? The union.
No, I don't.
Union means.
No.
No, you have no fucking clue.
And I'm okay with that.
But it's okay. You can ask a question.
Yeah,
No,
I mean, do you deal with a lot of illegals that are there though? That's kind of what I was hitting at. How awful it
that's
is.
why I moved out of Sweden.
20% is it.
Because that's why I moved out of Sweden, because in Sweden we have like illegals, criminalities, shootings, bombings, shit is happening. It's the worst country in the fucking European Union to be at.
Wow.
So I moved out from Sweden, and now I'm in Spain. I'm having my finca, my house. Like 40.
Okay. Yeah.
40%.
Okay. Okay. Joe, what's the percentage of illegals in America by chance?
I mean, I've heard upwards of 20 million.
No,
so I mean,
it's 40.
But look, Karina, you're in safe company here. Tell us, is it really just the Muslims that are breaking into?
Well, back in 2015, Sweden, like, we have the social community, like, growing, and it was opening its everything, and we had, like, from Syria, Afghanistan, everyone just, like, bombed Sweden back in 2015. And here,
if that's okay, for Joe, 20% of Spain is illegal, undocumented.
Yeah, actually, Spain's like the largest.
I don't know where you get that stat.
It's like the largest driver of what's going on.
In Spain? Undocumented? Or just hold on, yeah, because I looked it up and 1.7%
is that what
is undocumented.
20% of the population is foreign born. So
Okay,
maybe not all of them.
Yeah, okay,
are
hold on,
illegal.
Hold on, 1 second. I thought you said undocumented illegal, so my bad. I think the wording needs to be. Because it's only 1.4% of the population.
I don't know the count.
I hear you.
But it's still a significant portion of it.
It's less than
and it was the idea was to get to the point of Muslims.
Look at Sweden.
And then the next question.
Look Sweden.
Damn, because I'm trying to look up the stats of the crime done by Muslims in Spain. I can't.
No, in Sweden.
Oh my God, yo, Karina, I swear to God, bro, I'll never visit you.
Tell me Sweden. Look it up in Sweden.
Oh God, I'm never coming to Spain. I think it's the mojitos. Girl, stop drinking.
You know, I never felt safer ever. I'm in Spain right now. I never felt safer. When I was back in Sweden, you're not safe.
I'll just talk over you. So I can't find any stats of crimes done by Muslims, especially rapes done by Muslims in Spain. So can you post it for me? Because I can't find any. Maybe my Google search engine is like omitting shit because it knows me or some shit. But if you could post those stats, I'd love to see them.
You just clarified it. It's
Spain
awful.
is the safest country to be
It's
at.
awful in Sweden.
Oh, it's
No,
in Sweden.
listen, Pocket. She just
Yeah,
clarified.
look up
It's
Sweden.
awful
Tell
in
me the
Sweden.
stats.
I thought your question was referring to Spain when you asked her how many immigrants are in Spain.
I'm not. Hold on. I'm not European, and I'm not going to be the know-it-all of Europe. That's why I'm asking a European these questions.
That's
Yeah,
because
like
she's
you really
peeing.
care about Europe?
She's peeing.
Well,
That's why
I'm
Do you like
curious-
even
I'm-
care about Europe? You have no fucking.
I'm curious enough to hear. You can clarify for us.
Yes.
You might have
Are you
misinformation from
interested in
from
knowing?
our
Yeah.
news.
Okay.
From our
Okay, so
yeah,
you
I
have-
am. That's what I'm genuinely asking.
Okay.
So
okay.
Vincent
Can
is
you
where
tell me
it's
this?
awful.
That-
Not Spain. I got it wrong.
No, you're good. I was wondering where
Sweden. Yeah, sweetheart. Yeah. Just tell me the stats of Sweden.
Yeah, I looked it up. We're looking up Sweden right now. It
Thank
says,
you. Thank you.
It says, okay, then let me go, girl. It says Sweden does not publish official crime statistics by religion. So there's no reliable official number of crime done by Muslims in Sweden. The closest official data is immigrant background, not religion. So Raw's report found the share.
Vote in, she can't even vote in Spain. So why is she there? Like, she can't even control the government.
Are
in
you
Spain.
talking about she's at me?
You?
Yeah, I cannot even vote in Spain? No.
Can you?
When I get the residencia. Yeah. No, but you know what? I can vote.
So your stats aren't good no matter where you live because you can't vote in any country you live in.
Yes, I can vote in Sweden. We have
Karina, what you been drinking,
Come
Karina?
on next year. Oh,
Can you vote in America, Karina, at this point?
She's been drinking mojitos.
If I can marry someone, yes, I can vote.
No, you can't.
At this point,
yes, if I marry someone.
Seen the movie Hangover?
No.
Bangkok?
Keep on.
How many
You got
times
that, you got that scissor slur going on.
She
Stay
banged.
with me, darling.
Y'all remember that song like 20 years ago? She banged.
She banged. She banged. Yeah, I know that.
Been to Bangkok. She back.
Okay, who went to Bangkok?
You did. You said you Bangkok.
I never been there. I hate Asia.
Oh, low?
I hate it. My God, it's loads of
instead of banging cock, you bang pussy.
bugs and
don't like
you get
lady
like.
boys. I understand how to do it.
Okay. Next question. You want to talk about antivirus?
Why the fuck would we do that?
Yes, let's do that.
Why?
Is that going to be the
Who
new
is Hanta?
pandemic or what?
It's just another virus.
Is that going to be the new fucking?
Do
Did
you
you
have
see the boat that it's like in
No,
Tenerife?
bro, it's not gonna do shit. It's not gonna do
It's only traveled. It's only on one boat.
Karina, it's transmissible through Clubhouse.
COVID. Are we gonna have the same fucking shit again?
It's transmissible through Clubhouse.
Until we see New York spiraling because they got rats all over their fucking streets, we're fine. Until we see it spiraling, we're good, bro. It's coming from rats. So.
Karina, you know you can catch it on Clubhouse, right?
I'm just asking a question.
What was the question?
Yo, if you say you can catch it on Clubhouse one more time.
Well, no, because we already decided when we got the COVID. Okay, well then
decided what?
We decided when we got the
after like 10 years, and oh my God, we're not even there. We're just like 5 years ahead. And I'm not ready.
How do you decide to have COVID? Is it like one of those like infection parties?
She said the COVID too.
No, we
COVID.
discussed that high.
She didn't even the government.
Okay. Well, I rest my case.
The fact that no one said
Gotta rest up. You need some rest or something.
I love you all. You know,
Hey, you having fun European on everybody? You having fun trying to European on everybody?
All right, that's like a 100 plan. The joke didn't land the first time. Let's let it go.
They sound very similar, Lucy. You guys are both like saying,
hello.
This,
Don't make a fool out of me just because I'm a European, you know.
What are you talking about? You made us. So, there's really not much to hate.
Now, you love Europeans.
You talk about our politics, but you can't even control your own.
Yo, Coolsey and Karina sound like literally the same.
Because I hate my fucking politics over here in Europe. I hate Europe.
Go ahead, Coolsey.
I wish I was born American. I wish I was born American. I told you.
Yeah, but tell us why you hate it.
They cannot agree on anything. They cannot communicate. There are such.
You know what's crazy is that, like, you can look at the homicide rates. Hold on.
No, but listen, I lived in
welcome.
the U.S.
Okay, welcome.
I lived in the U.S. for 10 years.
Yeah, but where are you from?
Sweden.
I'm from Sweden, but I still lived in the U.S. for 10 years. And when you're little and you travel to the U.S. and you explore everything and you live there, you go to high school, you go to college and everything, you're mentally fucking American.
Absolutely.
But
yes.
you're still not an American. You're
But
still
you didn't pick up the American
over
accent.
here. So that's how it is.
Neither did you,
You
Coolsey.
didn't pick up the American accent, though. For 10 years, you should have had an American accent.
Oh my God! I lived in Europe for the past 25 years.
Well, how old were you when you moved to America?
I was 16.
The worst
I
thing
lived,
is
I,
to
lived
live
in,
here.
I lived in Amsterdam for 20 years.
Damn.
That is everything.
Yeah, literally my exact thought was like, okay, well, I get her now.
I lived all over the fucking world.
And Spain's the best
Yeah.
And you want to be an American.
And Spain's the best place?
Yeah, America's the best
I-
place in the world, and you want to be an American. Exactly, Joey.
I think
She said she loves Spain.
I went to high school and college in the U.S. I do prefer the U.S.
Let's
Like,
go!
I was young and I was like,
Let's fucking go,
You
man.
better come here correct on these papers, bro. Don't be trying to fucking
you know,
get
I
married and
hung
shit
out
and get benefits.
with oh my Axl
Papers,
Rose.
and we welcome you with open arms.
You know, I hung out with Axl Rose. See my famous.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense.
At the Knoxville Mall when I was 16 years old.
Oh, that makes sense.
Back in 1985.
Damn,
Yeah.
You almost on Medicare, girl.
My God.
What the
I
fuck?
had it going with Axl Rose. Do you know who he is?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great.
That's awesome. Honestly, awesome. I would have loved to have met Freddie Mercury, to be honest.
Okay, well, that's my best American memory.
Hanging out with Axl Rose
Did
at
you
a
have a
mall.
kid by Axl Rose?
Yes.
I heard there's a lot more. Is it true? There's a lot more rapes in Sweden now.
I looked it up. I couldn't find any.
What?
I looked it up. I couldn't find much stats about the Muslims committing rapes.
Oh, because I think it's sweet. I like rape, but I'm just curious.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
Have a kid.
Jealous.
Well, I'm not Muslim, so they probably would throw me in prison forever.
I mean,
Honestly, you can't even find stats of the Muslims on it, man. They probably just look brown, man. They call them.
I'm Christian.
That's cool.
Yeah.
You're a Christian? No way. You would do well here.
I know.
At least you're not Catholic, you know, because, oh, Lord.
Oh, my God. I lived 10 years in Tennessee, Knoxville.
Oh my God.
Yes. Can you imagine?
No. I would never.
Yes. My favorite place to go at was like Wendy's.
Oh my God. Did you ever experience McDonald's ice cream machine being broken? Because you're not truly American until you experience that shit.
Well, New York, LA. Yeah, New York and LA is. I prefer the southern part of the U.S.
Yeah, they're gonna become islands anyway, so don't worry.
I got your stats, all right, Pockets.
I'm ready.
So this is sources. So sources are the SST, the SCB, and the Swedish Police Authority. Sweden leads Europe in reported rapes per 100,000, so per capita, and gang-related explosion bombings.
There you go.
Amazing, but were they done by Muslims? Was the question.
What the fuck? Well, you've already
the question
read
was, were they committed by Muslims?
Hold on. You can go to Twitter. It's real simple to look in Sweden and Muslims and the crime. And there'll be reports of it. However, you already know the Sweden government is.
I don't like the whole Twitter thing, because I could also go type in Trump and Epstein and find a bunch of shit that could incriminate him as well. So I'll do the Twitter.
There's a cover up for it.
I could see that.
Tell us who the Muslims. We got.
We don't know if they're Muslims.
Was it largely Muslims that went into Sweden over the last 10 years?
I mean, we know
yes,
the fucking Muslims.
Yes, it is. I can't confess. Yes, it is.
Okay,
everybody knows that.
It is.
Yes, Muslims are a bunch of fucking rapists.
The Muslims didn't destroy Sweden,
even though the illegal immigrants take up 1%.
Yeah.
You know that they have it. You know they have.
I'm not a racist, though.
You know, well, I am, but you know that they have like a team of like ultra progressive, Jewish lawyers there that probably defend them against being deported. That's just how these fucking people work. One country that's doing better than all European countries right now, and that is Poland. Hey, shut your mouth.
Yeah. Do you know why Poland
fucking hot?
Because they never ever.
Hold on, shut up. Hold on, everybody. I'm talking to the Muslim. Hold on. Holy shit. Yeah. Okay. Look, dude. You want to come up here? Because you know what? If you're just mad because we said something about Islam, fuck you, fuck your prophet, fuck your religion, fuck all of you. I don't know what else to say. My mind's not going to change. So if you have something, if you're offended by that, just say it yourself. If you have something productive to say, then go ahead. But otherwise, I'm just going to kick your ass out of the fucking room.
Yeah.
You get that, you Muslim?
My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of non-sacred be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. What is the garment of my soul with gold, the flashing of my light I wear? By my robe I invoke. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car and glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Music in the sun that I may no more to invoke. Draw the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I power in the voice of the master. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made all whole to invoke thee. Strike the in my hand is thy sword of revenge, and its strike thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given up none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the bond of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Throw the flaming sword. Throw giant and conquering lord. Horus, avenger by the sun. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at my vision. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 of the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, oh be, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white stone with gold, the flashing of my that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the prickle at the infinity. By my crown I invoke thee. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one that got the power in the voice of the Master. Abraham, Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Hey, mine heart, the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master sword, draw the flaming sword, crown, Johnny and conquering Lord, our Lord, Avenger, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, and I begin, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight. body. I invoke thee. About me, shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse with the sign, giving of none, say it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman, I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, so and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the air, or dwell in the air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham! I bear the rose and cross of life and I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. Mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign, teaching abracadabra, remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the foe, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be abracadabra. In my own life, I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the death of them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, wisdom of God. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more wisdom of God. of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Oh, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. Of them all. Hold me close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Stay near if I break, pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tell